it's a tall person.
Yes. You see the button? Oh man, it's so close.
Yeah, it's gone.
Give me a heart attack.
It'll be gone. I have faith in you.
So, to
Mike's are on. Be careful.
Connie, you're good.
mics are on. Being careful.
I knew it was somewhere.
Hey, Tyler, how's it going?
We're going to get started this afternoon, not morning. And I'll just gavel us in and call for the invocation. And then please remain standing while we conduct the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and Texas flags. And because it's a workshop, we didn't invite a minister or a pastor, but I would just ask you to bow your heads and have a moment of peace and silence and think about all the people that we've lost in our country, and also think about all the people that are working so hard to save each and every one of those people that are ill with COVID-19 in our hospitals across this nation. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you bring us grace today, grace as we conduct our meeting and our workshop. We seek to gather information, Father. We want to hear from people that we are pledged to serve. We wish to also acknowledge those that are serving on the front lines every day in our county and in this great state and nation. We ask that you comfort those who have lost so many. We also ask that you give us just the discretion to help make good decisions and to help us learn how to work with one another better. I, more than any, need this grace, and I ask that you impart it to all that are here as decision makers. And in all these things we pray in your name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Okay, Madam Clerk, the day is April 27th, 2020, and the time is 1:09 p.m., and we are the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse in the Commissioner's Courtroom. And I do certify that all commissioners are present and a quorum indeed is made, and so we can now proceed with the safety briefing. Tim. Good afternoon.
Commissioners, ma'am, we're meeting today here on the third floor of the County Courthouse at 901 Leopard Street. As we know, the restrooms are located on the right-hand side on the third floor atrium as you exit the Commissioner's Court. Also, there's a fire extinguisher located in the back of the courtroom, but please note there's an additional 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium immediately outside the courtroom. In the event of a cardiac emergency, there is also an AED located on the right-hand side of the wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 today are Tyner and Edward. In the event that the CPR is needed, Dale and Margaret are the CPR certified. In case of evacuation, our egress route will be down the stairs, through the atrium, and out the Leopard side entryway, across the street to the Corpus Christi Independent School District parking lot. In the event that we need to shelter in place, we'll remain in the building until instructed to go on further from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics, once again, are coronavirus related. That concludes my brief.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though this is a sort of a carryover in a way from last meeting, there was something that we did not get a chance to do. And it's very important to me because it's very rare that I'd kind of deviate from our protocols once we establish them, and we had been doing so well our Employee of the Month recognitions. And typically the way it works, in case those of you are listening at home and you don't remember, we ask department heads to nominate. But this time I took it upon myself. I wanted to make my recommendation, and I wanted to do it really in the spirit of what I thought. There's so many outstanding people working so hard, and you're about to meet many of them in our EOC Ride Out team. But I also wanted to look around this courthouse. I come in every day and it feels different. It looks different. It even smells different with our great new bread being baked downstairs. But everything is different about it. But one thing is constant, and that one thing is a person. And so the Employee of the Month for May 2020 is my pick, and I hope that's okay because I did jump over protocol with her supervisor. But it's the switchboard operator, and her name is Frances Garcia. And Frances, I want you to know there are some days that are harder than others to come into this courthouse. The day that we completely changed and there was really like nobody, it was hard for me. It felt wrong. And every morning that I come in, the one thing that makes me feel steady is you. I literally really almost getting emotional thinking about it. I walk in, and you never fail, no matter if I'm on my phone, which I'm always on that phone, or I'm talking to somebody else, you always make that contact with me to start my morning. And I want you to know that during this crisis, I needed that. You helped me in every single day, and it's been 91 days. Melissa counted for me, 92 days, 92 days. And what I didn't know, but I learned, is the reason you're so special is because not only are you special to each and every person that comes to you for information, whether it's an employee or a member of the public, but you've been helping us with our hotline. So when I had this brilliant idea, to say, oh, just call us, we'll answer all your questions. The truth is that really meant calling you and Laura Jimenez and her entire team and social services and me on occasion when I'm up there. But you get that overflow. And one of the things that gives comfort to people is to know that somebody is going to listen to them. Somebody's going to be kind. Someone's going to treat them with respect and dignity, no matter what their question is. And you have been answering their questions diligently for these 92 days, and of course, for years beyond. And I realized when I started asking around that the reason you're so good at it, it's called on the battlefield training. You did this after Hurricane Harvey. And I think it gave you great experience, but nothing can prepare you for the calls that you've been getting over the last few weeks, and particularly the fear that you've helped to calm. And so forgive me to the department heads, but I decided that as county judge, I needed to recognize you as not just the May 2020 Employee of the Month, but what you've done to help us in this COVID response is extraordinary, Frances. And I wanted to give you a personal thanks as well as on behalf of the Commissioner's Court. And I would invite anybody else to tell a Frances story.
I'm so glad you picked her because I feel the same way. I don't care if I walk in front of her 5 times during the day. It's always, hello, Commissioner Vaughn. Good morning. Just a great choice. She's a great PR person for the county.
Yeah.
And Judge, I
Yes.
made a little joke. I told Frances, I said, you're the safest person in this courthouse behind that partition that you have, and we do appreciate all the work, the friendly face that she is, and all the bouncing around of phone calls that happen from time to time, and she's able to keep that patience and help diffuse some of those phone calls that sometimes are irate, upset about why especially now, because why our service is not available, or who do they contact to get a hold of. And so she has shared some of those stories with me. So congratulations, well deserved.
Commissioners, thank you. May. And what I'm going to do is hand this to Tyner, and only because of the way we're doing things, but when it's appropriate, we'll have a wonderful lunch. We're going to send lunch to you for sure, anything you'd like, but when we get back to normal, we'd love to treat you the way we've treated other employees of the month, which is taking you out to a nice meal. But really, we just can't say enough. Thank you, Frances. Please let everybody know that how much we value them when they come by. You know that their questions are valued by us, and it's important that we get them the answers, even if they're mad or if they're afraid. You help us communicate that level of information and calm. So we sure do love you. Thank you.
And keep on waving.
And keep on waving. Yeah.
Make sure she's gonna wave it.
Okay. So Edward, do we have any public comment today? I didn't see any, but just do a double check in the halls. While we're waiting, after this, we're going to proceed just for purposes of the gentleman that's on the telephone. You can give him a warning that, Mike, yeah. Mike, would you want to wait? How is your time? You're good? Okay, he's here to discuss the item that's on our regular agenda, A1, or at least one piece of it. So let's go ahead and get to the, Dale, it's my understanding that, that our presenter is ready, and we just thought in the interest of his time that we would take out of order the CAFR presentation. That's the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. We weren't able to properly give it its due, so we've asked Dale to re-present today. It's item B1, and we're gonna have it via GoToMeeting. And just give him a moment for Tyner to set up.
Your Honor, before we begin, for this covenant of events, you may have received the notification too, but our financial advisor, Noe Hinojosa, lost his aunt from the event, so we wanted to make sure we send our sympathies to him.
Thank you for reminding me, yes. And hi, John, and thanks for joining us again. Dale's gonna start us off, but, well, I was gonna say we'll do a quick little test, and I just lost my screen. Give it a second, okay? Go ahead, Dale.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're going to be discussing the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year end 2019. We're going to be talking about our financial reporting objectives. We'll give Mr. Manning a time to reply on the external auditor's results. We'll go through some financial highlights. We'll be talking several times that you might hear this, government-wide and governmental. Government-wide includes the entire government, includes all funds of the government. Government funds are just your operating funds. So that will be a slight difference to what we hear our topics. So as you hear, we've received our comprehensive annual financial report, the certificate of achievement next to the financial report last year on our report, and we've received the last 26 years. We've submitted our report to the GFOA for grading this year, and we do believe we met the requirements to receive this award again, and we look forward to this. The next one is external auditor's audit results. We'll come back to that in a little bit. The next one is our financial highlights. The county's government-wide financial statements did show a slight decrease. The total amount is $95,657,699, which was a decrease of $2,610,577, or 2.6% compared last year. Now, yes, there was a decrease, but there's multiple things that makes up this decrease. We have to report our net pension liabilities, our net pension expenses. We do our depreciation expenses and all these other things that affect this, where you'll see the next statement, our government funds, which are operating funds, increased $10 million. And we'll go over that a little bit later when we come to the general fund. And the total fund balances for that is $81,235,062. As we said, the general fund balance is now $22,694,608, which was an increase of $3,719,787 from the prior year's balances. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but that represents 24.7% of our budgeted revenue. We're very close to our 25% threshold. Now, we did have a slight increase in our debt obligations. We did increase by $11.1 million. That's the final payment for our Harbor Bridge contribution, as well as an $8.125 million was within the new issuance. However, we have a $4.7 million fund balance in our debt service, which represents about 35% of next year's requirements. The next balance is going to be your governmental funds financial analysis. And this shows you our balances between last year, this year, and where our decreases are. You'll see our biggest one was in our capital assets. We did have a few sales of our assets and our depreciation expenses. That's where most of our balance comes up. The rest, as you'll see, is the reduction and increases in our deferred liabilities for our pension plans. That's why it makes up the difference for last year, this year. It gives you that $2.6 million slight decrease in net position.
Yeah, so this is a pension, yeah, here you go. I was going to say this is.
The next one is where we do our pension liability. Our net pension liability for this was $51 million. Now, this kind of fluctuates every year. We have, like last year was 19, the year before it was 31, this one's 51. These fluctuate every year based on the stuff we receive from our retirement position and our actuarial assumptions that we have. And these numbers fluctuate very much every year. And I said last year was like 19, now we're at 51, but those tend to rise and decrease every year.
But again, we don't control those.
No.
Right.
The next one is our government-wide financial statement change in net position, showing our activity did decrease, but we had a total revenue of increases of 2.6 million. However, the expenses were 8.6, and again, that represents a lot of our depreciation expenses, which is theoretically not an expense, but we're required to report it from our GASB requirements. You see, our net position went from 98,268 to 95,657. A slight decrease, but not significant. Our next one is our government-wide financial position changes for revenue. Our gains in the revenues, as you see here, we did have a very large increase in property tax of 4.1 million. Our charge for service was 4.47, but as you saw, this represents the loss of the gain of sale, which is not really that, because if you remember, in 1718, we did sell the property for the Road District 4, and that was recorded as part of this because it goes through our special revenue fund, and that was where we the little difference of how we had the balances for. The next one shows you our government-wide financial analysis changes and expenses. If you look in the middle one, the biggest one is law enforcement and corrections. That has nothing to do with the sheriff's office. That's our agreement with the GEO and our prison contract. They had a whole lot more inmates this year, so the expenses were significantly higher by roughly at least 20 to 25 million additional higher than were previous year. So that's why you see a large increase from this year to this year. So we did show a $7 million increase, but that is not the sheriff's office at all.
Those are our detention facilities.
Our GEO detention facility.
Maybe just to clarify, that's the Coastal Bend Detention Facility and the East Hidalgo
That is correct.
Detention Facility, and those are based on, those labor increases are given to us and we approve them, but they are done at the federal level through the Department of Justice, just so you guys know the difference.
Yes, that's the agreement we have with the sheriff's working through the U.S. Marshal Services as well as the Bureau of Prisons to do that, and that's why you see such a large increase for that. So we wanted to make sure that you knew that. Now we're going to show a little bit of a chart showing went too far. There. This is just kind of show you how our program revenue to program expense bar chart showing you revenue on the left and expenses on the right, just to show you how each one have its different revenue and different expenses. Now the most important category is our government funds. As you see, here's our operating funds, our general fund, debt service, road and bridge, law library, airport, inland parks and coastal parks. As you see, the only one that did a slight decrease is law library, but we're restructuring that at the moment, and that should not continue. But as you see at the very top, we increased $3.7 million for our general fund, and we're now at 24.09% of the budget. If you go down each one of them, you'll see how they represent a percentage of their revenue budget, and all of them are very, very well, very sound. This next one just shows you a pie chart of how we represent our revenue collections. As we well know, most of our revenue comes from our property tax and other taxes. And you'll see the balances here where in government revenue is where we're coming from. Now the next good chart is a very chart where we like to see. The red dashed line is our target line. Our blue bar charts are where we're currently at. As you see, we did a slight decrease in 2017, and we've been increasing constantly in 2019, and we're very, very close to reaching that level. And hopefully this COVID event doesn't cause a problem, and we should exceed that next year. The last thing I have before I let Mr. Remini talk is our future impact. As we know, we're going through this COVID-19 event, and we're doing as well as we can to try to continue the cost and control the cost. But we have a very large cost, and we'll talk about that later when we get to the COVID expense. And I'll kind of tell you where we're at on our burn rates. The next one is our revenue cap. We know that the revenue cap on Senate Bill 2 set in a 3.5% above the effective rate for our taxes. Now, they did put a little thing in there that if there in case of emergency could go higher, but this is something we all have to work with as we get through our budget cycles. Now, the next issue we kind of put in there is we didn't know how we were going to handle the car leases that we just recently passed. That's not going to be an issue here, so we just put here to show no Anytime we have the capital lease, it will be a little bit of a accounting effect for that particular point. If you'd like to go back to the external auditor's review, I'll let Mr. Manning go ahead and give you his results.
Mr. Manning, if you'll just hold just for a moment, I just want to address the revenue caps because we have gotten some guidance on that from the Attorney General. And it appears that that is not going to be an issue this fiscal year as far as the roll. I mean, we're going to have all counties are going to basically go back to that rollback of 8%. It's still good to know that it's coming in future years and you want to be ready for it. But because of the disaster this year and because of the declaration, we're not going to be subject to, I believe the legal interpretation will be that we are not going to be subject to the 3.5%, just so everybody knows what the
They're changing the
What the
effective
rules
date of
are.
the rules, okay?
And does that mean, and I know you're not implying that you want to go to that level at
No,
all.
I'm just trying to make sure that the information's correct.
And so, but I want to make sure I understand it. So normally, the 3.5% would kick in, but, and I saw the email from whoever sent it to me, I apologize, that said, maybe it was from you telling them, anyway, so, or Tyner might have sent on behalf of the judge saying that now that's out the window, which is really interesting to me, because in the worst times, they're saying, hey, don't worry about it, raise the taxes as much as you want. And in the better times, they're putting a cap on it. It's a little,
Yeah.
am I reading that right? I mean,
Well,
it's a little.
the thing is, Brent, you are reading it right, but here's the problem. I wish they would have expanded upon it, but, let me see if I can send you this really good article that TAC put out. But basically, because the state's budget required 9% appraisal increases, they were theoretically thinking by requiring that, and we're giving you a revenue cap, that the taxpayer would get reduced.
Right.
It was ingeniously designed, except for it didn't work, because they never imagined this type of a disaster. But they gave you that wiggle room. They said, well, what if we have a hurricane? Then we'll give you that leeway. But the reason this is not working for the taxpayer in this COVID is because the state's budget requires 9% increase on appraisals in order for them to meet their budget. So that's what's so strange about their concepts, is that they did this because they refused to finance education appropriately. So they went ahead and said, but we'll increase your appraisals, forcing you to lower your tax rate. It seemed like it would work, but it didn't. So now you're going to see almost every county that's mineral interest based going to the rollback rate. It's going to have the opposite effect. By the way, we are not in that scenario. We're not heavy into mineral estate, but it's really terrible. You're right. It's counterintuitive.
And I know we're not at that point yet, but as we move forward, I would certainly hope, and I'm not trying to get into a debate on that today, but I would certainly hope that we would take into consideration how crushing this has been for everyone, that we don't look to to me, I would rather look at an effective tax rate to start with, because I don't think I want to be someone during a pandemic year to vote to raise taxes in any way, shape, or form, but I know that's for another day. But that was very frustrating to get that email, because to me, what Barbara says makes sense, but there's just no explanation for me that can make sense to people who don't read every article and understand everything, that the government has basically said, hey, we've had a pandemic, you're crushed your economy, but go ahead and raise taxes all you want. I mean, that's basically, that's what they're going to see it as, and it's really frustrating.
Yeah, they're
get
gonna
that, 'cause
see it
I'm
that
like,
way.
oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Because there will be plenty of counties, unfortunately, that will take advantage of that and do it, and and probably the people won't even figure it out until it's done, and that's just a shame. But
But
anyway,
that's
I'm
why
sorry,
the nice presentation is going to translate into our new brochure that you did
Yes,
for us
we're-
last year.
Working on that now.
And I think it's going to be really important for people to see that, as they say, I used to laugh when my kids would say, what did I do? But this is not the county. The reason that people are going to feel it is not because of your county taxes. It's because of your city taxes and because of your school district taxes. We are not the issue here for the taxpayer. We're really not. We sit at the top 25 counties, literally below 50%. I think we're number 13 or 14th in our rate. And what's really great is that even though there'll be a big discussion about the effective or to keep your current tax rate, I think that you'll see that this county will be able to do more with less. but not all counties have that luxury. And that's where it gets really sticky. So I agree with you, Brent. Maybe we start earlier rather than later, letting people know that this CAFR really represents a very excellent portfolio. And I'm going to ask for two things. One is an asterisk about depreciation, and because it's required to be reported that way, same as your leases under GASB, and because that's what's affecting your general fund. And the second is the notation that we need to put about the TCRDS. You know, those pensions, if it weren't for that one statistic, this would be an A++ report. It's still an A+ report, but it needs to be defined so that the average person, when they see the general revenue goes down by 2.7, they need to understand that's because the accounting practices require you to measure those liabilities by the pension. But if the number to look at is the 10 million plus the 3.7 million in cash reserves.
Right.
But if we don't point that out, I'm afraid you're gonna get lots of people hanging their hat on that one digit, which is totally about accounting procedures and has nothing to do with our strong portfolio. Anyway, we'll work on that together. And sorry, John, but we wanted to, remember, we're on live TV, so we try to explain it to the audience as well.
Okay, John, whenever you're ready. Hold on.
He's muted. Yeah.
There we go.
Is that better?
Much better.
There you go.
Great. Well, Judge and Commissioners, thank you so much for letting me be here today. And I really appreciate you letting us remote in and not trying to brave the roads and drive up and present. And I do agree with you and the court that the CAFR is a very important part of the county's financial makeup and financial report card, if you will. And I would agree with your sentiments exactly in that this report is a very good report. Although this is, a 200-page document, there are only 3 reports in here that are ours, and all 3 gave the highest level of assurance that we can offer as outside accountants. On our auditor's report, which is on page 11 of the CAFR or page 15 in your PDF copy, we were able to offer an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which means we did not have to modify the report for any type of unresolved issues that the county has on their records or with their internal control policy. So of the 4 types of opinions that we can offer as outside auditors, the unmodified opinion is, again, an A, or the highest level of assurance that we can offer. There are 2 other reports that we also offer opinions on, and that is under government auditing standards and under the uniform guidance. The uniform guidance this year only included a single audit for federal expenditures, as the county did not spend over $750,000 of eligible state grants. So we only had to offer an opinion on the uniform grant guidance, and we did not have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses that we needed to report there. And that was on a little over $2.6 million of federal expenditures. And this year, that did include 2 programs under those federal dollars, and that was the disaster grants, public assistance, some leftover FEMA stuff. That's what that was. Then we had the Homeland Security Grant Program. Both of those met the criteria to be tested this year. Also, as part of what we do while we're out here doing our testing, is we do go out to different parts of the county to review internal control procedures and do walkthroughs where we actually narrate the procedures that you have, and we actually run transactions and make sure that those procedures are being followed, and in all instances they were. And as part of those, we also do fraud interviews where we literally pull random employees aside and say, give them the opportunity to voice concerns or issues that they may be having that they fear may be fraud or something illegal going on. And we were very happy to report that we did not have any reports of any of that in the interviews that we conducted. And I think a big part of that is that what we call tone at the top. I think all the employees realize that controls are taken seriously at Nueces County. I know every year when we come out as part of our interim work, we get the internal audits conducted by Mr. Ashby and his staff, and you can tell that through the year, they're going through several departments and doing a thorough analysis, so people know that people in the county are checking on things and making sure things are operating as directed. So, again, as Dale mentioned, we looked at the GFOA comments from last year's report. I believe there were 4 minor comments. Us and the auditors, since y'all prepared the financials, both agreed that all those were corrected and were minor, and we feel that the report meets the criteria to get that award again. So I'm available for questions, but from an outside audit standpoint, this is our second year to conduct the audit for Nueces County, and we felt that things went very good, and we appreciate the help of all departments, mostly the county auditor's office, because that's who we work with. But as I said, we went out to several departments throughout the county. Everybody was extremely helpful. Everybody got us what we needed in a timely fashion. And the report that Dale and his staff gave us, we had to make some corrections, but all in all, it's a very good report, and we really appreciate all the help that we've received throughout the county.
Thank you, John. Let me ask commissioners at this time, and take your time. Is there anybody that would like to ask Mr. Manning any questions regarding the audit? Or really the CAFR, I mean, the report in and of itself of Dale as well.
And Judge, could I make one more comment?
Absolutely.
One of the slides that Dale mentioned, and this is something that's important, there are 2 upcoming standards that will drastically affect the reporting model and the balances in the report. One being how you treat your agency funds, and the other being the inclusion or the, I guess, doing away with the 2 types of leases that we currently have, operating and capital. They're going to make all of those arrangements a capital lease. That was supposed to happen in 2021, and the agency fund GASB that changes how we present those was supposed to happen in 2020. As we follow the GASB, regularly, they are supposed to, at their May meeting, push back the implementation start dates of both GASB 84 and 87. Hopefully that's going to be at the May meeting, which means that they will push back those implementation dates 1 year. So that means we would have to make the change to the agency funds in fiscal year 21, and we would have to make the change to the capital lease structure in FY 22. So I just wanted to make that note, as Dale did mention those upcoming standards in his presentation, but to let you know that it looks like they are going to postpone those for 1 year.
Okay, well, that actually could be maybe helpful to us, given COVID. I like that idea a lot.
And that's the reason for the delays, purely because they know a lot of the people that are going to have to be present to implement these standards have multiple irons in the fire, and a new GASB standard is not one of the things that's going to help us get through COVID right now. So I'm glad that they took the time to look at what everybody's going through and offer some sort of relief that it will help tremendously for next year's CAFR.
Very good.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to reach out and say thank you to Mr. Manning and his staff, and we worked tirelessly before the May 31st deadline to get this all filed correctly. We requested an extension just in case we needed to, but with all this COVID going on, but Mr. Manning and his staff was on the ball, and we were able to get the thing filed on time.
Yeah, I want to say thank you too, because what the audience knows is, your auditor is key in many roles, not just the CAFR, but in budget, which we're doing simultaneously as well, requesting all our budget packets and receiving all those information. And then on top of that, doing triple duty is serving in our capacity, and you'll hear about this in a moment, through emergency operations to help us, maintain all of the financial aspects of our spending and our allocations, and trying to make certain we document appropriately. One of the things that I did notice, and Maria's going to be here momentarily, and we're going to talk about grants, is that, look, grants can be cyclical, and we need to really be mindful of that. For example, grants in this last year's CAFR don't look so exciting, okay? They look unexciting, maybe is the right word. But I'm gonna tell you that they're going to have a complete opposite effect in our next budget cycle. In fact, it's gonna look so bizarre, you're gonna wonder if the Russian judge is in the room, because you could have a potential $100 million increment. In fact, in this coming cycle, we haven't received all the dollars yet, but we're working on CDBG DR money, and that's already projected at 4.6 million. So, that's still based on Hurricane Harvey. So when you consider that FEMA and Harvey are still being, worked upon from 2017, response, it's gonna take a while to really catch up. So this new bunch of money, the CDBG mitigation money, and then the CARES Act supplemental is really gonna show up in 2020. 2021, forgive me, 2021, good, can't believe it, 2021, which is our next fiscal year. So I guess just something to be mindful about is that there are seasons to these things, and it takes so long for the feds to establish the rulemaking. You lose 1 year completely in public comment and in rulemaking. So I expect that we will have a very big year in 2021, as most of our applications will come in to Texas Water Development Board and to the General Land Office and to the Governor's Office in Tatum in 2021. I'm sorry, they'll be 2020 to be awarded in 2021. So I think for many reasons, we have good news in the grants department, where you might have to, I guess, sample more grants. That's the hope, Mr. Manning.
I have a question.
Yeah, and we have a question regarding, for Mr. Manning? For Mr. Manning.
Who wants to take it, yeah. I'm always concerned when I see an increase in revenue and an increase in expenses. So that concerned me, not sure why it was so big, but I think we're gonna have to watch that. But Judge, you kind of stole my question there, but my concern, it's okay. But I'm looking at the grants too, and I see there's a negative 676, 799, and that was a scary thing to me. I'm wondering what happened. Maybe you can answer it later for last year. So that was a concern. But I think overall as a county, we're in really good shape.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's really good. And just so we know, again, Dale, that the revenue and the expenses are, maybe just go over that one more time, because I don't want to say they're fake, but they're not real, because the way he books it, it's really depreciation and liabilities on the future pension. And it's really hard to describe, but it's not really a loss of dollars.
That is true, but on some of this, on page 7, where we talked about the government-wide position, where we saw an increase in 8.6 million, as I said, GEO's expenses went up, but so did their revenue. So where the net balance to the fund balance or net position was almost zero.
Right.
But it was such a large increase that it represents that large of an increase, so we represented that. The revenue also with the other, just like you said, with the different types of depreciation, other stuff that we have to report, and type of revenue we have to record. It seems strange how it's there, but as you said, government accounting standards are, when we go government-wide, have to include a lot of things that we would normally not count for governmental funds.
But Dale, that's a big difference. You said 1 year it was 19 million, fluctuated to 50-something million?
Yes.
I'd like to sit down with you and go over that, because I don't understand how it could be so huge. If it's something that we're doing,
It's not what we're doing.
okay, I know it's there, however they figure their stuff up
Yes.
like you do, but I'd like to sit down with you on that one.
And if you look at our statements, it's every year, 1 year was 15, then went to 35, then went 19, then went to 51, so it's going all over the place.
Weird. Okay.
Commissioner,
Yes.
could I just chip in with a couple of comments on the pension stuff?
Please do.
Okay. One thing that's helpful is if you go to, in your your comprehensive annual financial report, there's a section of the CAFR called RSI, which is called Required Supplementary Information. Let's see. Bear with me, I'm having to scroll through on my computer. It's on page 86 of the CAFR or page 90 of the PDF. And I think what the judge and Dale are trying to say is that, you know, this isn't a number that you're ever going to actually physically sit down and write a check for. Or what they're trying to do is estimate all the people that have worked there and getting benefits, the people that are currently working there that are due to get benefits. They're trying to estimate ultimately what those people will be paid. It's an actuarial accrued liability, which means if you look in the report, there's 6 or 7 pages of just estimates, educated guesses that go into creating the liability number there. But when you had mentioned earlier, this is one of the reasons I wanted to speak up, was where you were saying, is it fluctuating because of something like we did? Like, is it something that the county did? And it's really not. If you look at that schedule, that number is almost 100% driven by how the assets perform that you have given to TCDRS.
Okay.
The other thing is, this thing is measured, the current number that's in there is measured as of December 31st, 2018. So we're, you know, a year and 7 months or 9 months behind in making sure that it matches where the county's fiscal year ends. So when you look at this, if you go through and look at that, when you look at page 86, you're going to see that the benefit payments and the performance that were happening there with the assets that are being held by TCDRS, the market did really poor in November, December of 2018. And so the only numbers or dollars that actually come out for retirement for the county are the percentages that TCDRS says the county has to pay. And every county, every city is in this position for the most part, in a deficit position. So this isn't something that you're doing that's making it go up and down. It's strictly how those assets are performing and where that number stands at the end of each measurement date. Does that help you any?
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that was very good.
Mm-hmm.
And
And you can look at that, Commissioner, you can pull that up, and there's, I think this is the 5th or 6th year that we've had that in there. And like Dale said, the liability's been, I'll go since the measurement date in 14, 15.3 million, 37.8, 39 million, 19 million, 51 million. So you can see it's just
All over the place.
going up and down, and all it really is, the liability side is staying relatively constant, but the asset portion is what's fluctuating so much.
Okay. That
And-
was very helpful.
it
Thank you.
was. And those are their investments, right, in the market. But, you know, we actually have, you know, Kara Sands is appointed by the governor's office to that board. That's another good person to visit with and see if those, you know, but you'll recall it was a terrible liability this past year that we put in 14%.
Yes.
To TCRDS, and so I'm working with Dale to see what our new percentage of, what you think the input might be this year. That's really one of our biggest annual contributions that we always, you know, wait and see, what is our percentage? And last year, we covered it, and it was, you know, again, we're doing this to work with our, basically the partnership that we have with the state of Texas in this retirement system. And it's like John said, as bad as it might look there, we're in pretty good position. I would shudder to think what the cities look like with their employees, you know, with their number of employees. They have a tremendous liability as well. So, but that's just something that's what I would call a booked figure. It's a projection. And what I would want to make sure that everybody sees on screen, and if you don't mind, go back to it, because it's all right to cheerlead a little bit. Why don't we go back to the slide that shows cash reserves? We might lose John if we do this, but it's okay. Basically, it's going to show you that in 2017, let me see. We'll see if Tyner's going to get it up here for us. Anyway, you're basically at 24% or $22 million of cash reserves. It's coming up now. Just give it a second. You have almost met the 25% goal that I'll be honest with you, very few people thought we could achieve. And that is just a tremendous number to celebrate. It's particularly important because you can caution, you can really try to convince everybody that that ratio is the right ratio, but you never expect. I told someone it's anecdotally like saying you're going to be someone's godmother. You never think that the worst is going to happen. You'd have to step into that role. We never imagined that COVID-19 could do what it's doing to us, and those cash reserves are critical. If we were not able to operate at all, those are the dollars that you want to make sure are available so that you can stay functional. And that's why it's so important to have that number as high as possible. And when you go back to the graph, Dale, where you showed, keep going. One more. There you go. 2017, it's $16 million to recuperate $6 million in 2 years is just, it's really unprecedented. And it's this type of return to healthy status that is going to keep Moody's and S&P from panicking on us throughout post-COVID. That's what they're going to look at. That's the number. It's the only one, to be honest with you, that they really even care about. There's some other numbers they worry about, but this is the one that matters the most. And when you look at our year over last, 2018 to 2019, it just shows you that we are running a very healthy county. This is our general fund balance. This is your cash reserves. Carolyn referred to it as a rainy day. I like that because people understand what that means. They mean that when you get into trouble, right? When it's raining really hard. So we just want people to understand that the reason you want to make sure your end balances are right here is because you don't know what the future holds. So that's a really good graph. I would really encourage you to get the most important information out and post it and share it with your constituents. But to help you, give Dale a little bit of time to recoup. But what he'll do is take this and put it in a folder that's
Similar to what we had last year for your
similar to what
scheduling.
we had last year, and you can share that with your constituency. And it's really, it's something you can hand out, but it's something you can also easily put on your, social media. And answer and ask people to ask questions. What does this mean? Of course, hopefully you can summarize. Dale will summarize it for you, but anyway, that's a really important number. Dale, anything else?
That's all we have.
Anybody
As
else?
we said, we submitted on time to the GFOA, and our Strata submit the required reports to the IRS, and the state is required. And Mr. Manning and them help us to file with the Federal Clearinghouse, so everything's been filed correctly.
Right. And I know everybody's very concerned about COVID. And so I just want to say that we're going to be very committed to see these numbers, these bar graphs continue to escalate. You may say, how is that going to be possible? With hard work. That's how we're going to do it. Hard work and being smart and sensible. And my firm projection is that we can continue the health of those reserves, if not grow them. I know that seems like, how the heck would you do that? And I really believe, I told you a year ago that we could do it, and we did it. And so forgive me for making sure that everyone hears this victory lap, but we did this together, commissioners, literally. If you do nothing else today, take a victory lap. You made the best decisions possible for this county all year long, and the reward is to the citizens that you serve. That 24%, it goes right back to their health and safety, because that's how you know you can protect them. And the same thing with the other balance of being 10 million over. You can now know that your citizens are going to get the right services all year long. It's really it's an incredible accomplishment in my book. And like I said, the reward comes from Moody's and S&P rating us more favorably. And it comes from your auditor telling you you've done a good job. So he's the independent. And I appreciate the report.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Anything else? Presentation only. We don't have to do anything. Uh-huh. Thank you. Now, just in the interest of giving you a little break, and we have a guest, how about if we're going to talk COVID next, Dale, but you can present the expenses in just a moment. Is that okay? just give you a little, since you've kind of been, working the numbers here. So I'm gonna go back in time and hit the agenda item. It's A1. And this is, other than Dale giving us the COVID-19 expenses, which will be a part of really 4A1, this will be all for today, Commissioners. And I just want to tell you all that we do have the press conference at 2:30, so we'll do the most expeditious we can. If your time allows and we can, I would like to take the hard break at 2:30 for the governor, and then we can come back on the record. But maybe we get lucky and we get mainly through it. So discuss the COVID-19 response is part of the agenda item. I'm going to call on Melissa Munguia. We did a lot of discussion last time about testing, treatment, alternative care site, amended orders. There's some other things that we've listed here. Please take note as you'll get the information. They include the morgue trailer, N95 mass cleaning station, and activities related to economic recovery, including the receiving the report from their Emergency Operations Center and the ride-out team. And let's start with Melissa with that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here to talk about the EOC, as we are definitely up in full swing. The Emergency Operations Center is a huge and very important component of the county, because we're who step in and try to help the county be prepared for, but also respond to and recover from disaster. So I'm going to be talking about my team, what we've been working on, but I am going to have individual EOC members come and talk specifically about what their responsibilities are. But before I even get started, I do want to add to Judge Canales' comments on Francis, as when we had Hurricane Harvey, we kind of realized how important a phone bank was. So a lot of us were responsible for answering those phone calls. And where it's a little bit different in Harvey was that people's lives were literally hanging in the balance. And so good experience, but also traumatizing experience. So the fact that she can continue to move forward and assist us, I consider her part of our emergency operation team now, because she kind of steps in and just takes over when it comes to the phone bank part, and that's incredibly important when it comes to public information and awareness. So thank you, and I'm glad that we selected her this month. I'm in total agreement. So just kind of to break this down, I know y'all are very familiar with the emergency management structure, and we talked about it at the last workshop from the top down, but I'm going to start kind of at the state and my level and go from there. But we are structured as being a completely different function the way it works in county government. So when a disaster is declared, the county judge becomes the emergency management director. That person has usually identified a team or a single person or an entire EOC command group, and those are the people that run the disaster. So, but of course, the ultimate decision maker on our team in the Emergency Operations Center is the county judge. My role is exactly what it sounds like, the coordinator. So I take all of the different functions on our team and different projects and things that are happening and operations that are happening around the county, and just making sure that the right people are communicating, and then the needs and resource needs are being addressed. So the way it's structured is myself as the emergency management coordinator. I have Kathy Ard-Blattner as the deputy EMC. I recently brought on Brenda, who is our emergency management specialist, and thank you for approving that position, as we find it very helpful to have right now a third person. And then from there, you have the command structure, which is our actual team. So in our case, we build our team members out of pre-existing county employees that are subject matter experts. And so we have finance administration, we have logistics, we have our planning section, and we also have our operations sections. Those are run by what we call operations section chief, planning section chief, finance admin section chiefs. And those are the folks you're going to be hearing from today, but you're also going to be hearing from other people that have a very important position. They're working on very important things. They're just not identified as a section chief because there's only 4. So I know that we're going to start here in just a moment with the individual members. But if you have any questions about what we're working on right now or the way this is structured before I move on, feel free to ask. Otherwise, my primary goal as your emergency management coordinator is not only to oversee our emergency operations, but also to stay connected with all of the cities, which we have 7 cities inside of our county, 3 of which have their own emergency management programs. So my job is to coordinate with those folks that run the other city programs. And then, of course, our 4 western cities don't have the capacity to have their own emergency management programs. So that's also the 4 cities' emergency management is run by myself and my staff as well. So that's the structure of it. And I really wanted to make this comment, which is, it's been very interesting in this disaster because we are going based on the recommendations or the guidance set forth by the CDC and the state health department, which has been evolving. It's constantly changing, so every time there's a change, we have to shift gears. What our focus is, what our priority is. We might have started to take a particular action, and as soon as they come down with a new set of recommendations, we have to slam on the brakes, reset ourselves, and move forward. And I know that the question came up last time in the workshop with how many changes there were. I don't think this captures them all. But there's 15 right here on this list of recommendation guidance changes that came from the CDC between February 21st and April 21st. That's a tremendous amount of shifting gears that we've had to do since this has started. You start taking action, knowing that these are your boundaries or your limitations, and then it changes. And so exactly what you're doing no longer is appropriate based on the new recommendations. So this has been a really unique disaster. This team, thankfully, has a lot of flexibility, the ability to adapt and change what they're doing quickly, as I feel like we all do this on a regular basis. But the other thing is each one of us wears multiple hats during a disaster as well. And in this particular disaster, I think we've learned that we've had to continue with county operations on a regular basis while running a disaster, which really puts a lot of pressure on our section chiefs as well as some of the other members of our team who have a very predominant role in the EOC and have to work full-time on the disaster, but they also have a very predominant role in the county and the county functions. And that's everything from our auditor to Michael, our purchasing agent, Lance and IT, and those are some of the folks that you're going to be hearing from today. I'm more of an overseer, so as I work very closely with the judge and our section chiefs on all of the different projects that are happening, those are predominantly driven by the section chief, and I'm there to assist, support, and navigate as well. But I want to make sure that we have plenty of time to hear from those as these projects and things that they're working on is their baby, if you will, and it's them that's doing the work. So I want to make sure that they get to speak on behalf of the work that they're doing. And I do believe, and I don't want to change the order, I do believe that the first one we have in line is Lance. So unless you have any questions for me, the next 4 or 5 people that are going to come up have a substantial amount of work that they're doing. I could stand here and tell you all about it, but I'm going to let them take the credit for the work that they're doing. So we're going to start with Lance if he's hanging around here somewhere.
I thought I saw him, but they may, if he is not here, why don't we go to the next one and he'll be in the next rotation.
Okay, so the next one we had on our list is Edward, and we'll go ahead and, Michael was our next one. So we'll go ahead and move to Michael, and we'll let him take over. But thank you again for letting us have this opportunity to explain to you all of the things that we're doing with COVID-19. Thank you.
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you.
Hi, and I'm going to interrupt before you start. For everyone that's coming up, I know you're going to give a great report, but I also want you to just pick one thing that kind of just was like a defining moment that if you had to tell this commission, hey, you wouldn't believe, like, for me, I remember when you called and said, I've got to find X number, and it was a huge amount of toilet paper for the jail. And that was like a really important thing. Or the day that we figured out we could really get 256 Purell sanitizers or whatever, these things, they sound like you would just pick up the phone and call, but it's not like that, is it, Michael?
No, it's not.
So with that lead in, It might be N95 masks, it might be sanitizer, it could be something small, but just give us that way we want to live your life. Give us that feeling and
I don't
flavor.
think y'all really want to live my
Yeah,
life.
can I ask too, I wasn't and we can do however you want your meeting, obviously, but I wasn't anticipating like every single department head coming up here and telling us all these things, because that obviously will make us be here for the rest of the day. I just had some questions on some of the overtime stuff, but I mean, if we want to do it that way, I just thought we were going to talk about
Well-
I
overtime.
believe this is just going to be a very short synopsis
these
from
are
about
real
3 or
short.
4 of us, not the entire.
No, I know, and I mean, y'all have been pretty good about telling us what you're doing, and I
Yeah.
don't know everything you've been doing, and that's really the judge's job to know everything you're doing, and I'm comfortable with her doing that, so I just,
Okay,
make sure I
we'll
don't-
make it,
have to sell us on
we'll
it.
summarize it, but just so you know, to get you the burn rate and everything, Lance is something you really need to know, because it's actually affecting our courtroom and some of the technology, and then we'll make sure we do Dale, and then Edward's got money, as I say, money talk as well for you here, coming up with our, Battelle system, so let's hit those that are here, and we'll make do with the rest.
Okay, so as the logistics section chief, we have 5 mission-critical areas that we cover: protection, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery. We provide for facilities, services, people, and materials in support of the incident, and we advise the incident commander on all matters relating to logistics planning, facilities, communication, ordering, receipt, storage, transport, and onward movement of goods, services, and personnel. We configure our section to support the operations with the branches, divisions, groups, and units as necessary. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is emergency doesn't mean that the purchasing rules go out the window. So we still follow Local Government Code, Chapter 262. Under this disaster declaration, we have discretionary exemptions that the court has to suspend the purchasing competition for items necessary to preserve or protect the public health or safety of the residents of the county. But the purchasing policy remains in full effect and will be followed in all of our procurements. We've utilized vendors under cooperative awards, such as CDWG and Dell, and to bring one of those items that was a big task for us was to get the county mobile in a hurry. And we're talking 150 to 200 computers that need to be acquired. I believe I got the call on Friday after the declaration was issued, and I had actually left town and I was in the car, and thanks to having one of these, I was able to reach out to our vendor at CDW and get a quote on those items that evening, and fortunately my contact was up at 11 p.m. just like me. And she provided that quote to us. We got it to the powers that be, got an approval on Saturday, got the order placed. We were hopeful to get the orders, the machines in by the following Friday. We were able to get them on that Tuesday. So all those units arrived in purchasing. Romeo Ramirez and the staff there had to tag all of those units and get them up to IT so that they could get them programmed and out to the folks. And especially the group of folks that were running the district courts, so that they could do their simulation training on that Wednesday for the remote court services they were going to be providing. And I went over it really fast, but it was a lot of phone calls, emails, texts at all hours of the day while I was shopping the shelves with no toilet paper and no milk, no meat. And finding things in the frozen food items that I would never normally eat. But we got past that. We got past the toilet paper issue in the jail. We worked with our local vendors here in town, and they were able to dedicate their sales force to a certain set of key customers, and the county was one, fortunately. And so we were able to pool those resources that they had remaining and get them a supply that was working for them. And we went on a daily communication with the jail and the annex and juvenile and all the outlying community buildings that receive drop shipments from us on a regular basis so that they can let us know what their needs are. And we're continuing to do that now. The other thing is we leveraged our local vendors for sanitization and cleaning products. If you'll notice, when, soon after this happened, we were able to install 55 touch-free dispensers of Purell here in the courthouse. We were one of the first in the state to get all of that installed in the courthouse and up and running. And so that provided a little sense of security for us here in the courthouse. And that could not have been done without the help of Carl Granado at UniFirst and Annette Moutet working under Juan Pimentel's office to actually identify all the specific locations on all the floors in the courthouse as to where those needed to get installed. And then speaking of changing conditions, we were alerted to some needs at the juvenile department, and we were able to relocate a few of those items over to them so that they could be placed in the area where they were needed. Let's see, try to hit the other high points. One of the biggest challenges during this process was we received a large number of vendors interested in doing business with the county for masks, surprisingly. We get a large number of interest from vendors all the time. And so one of the things we've always done is try to vet those vendors and consolidate where we can, make sure that we're getting a good value for the county. And so we developed a system to vet these new vendors, make sure that we avoided any risk. There were some vendors out there that wanted some upfront money payments. We weren't signing up for anything like that for the county. We developed a way through some key local vendors where when we found a vendor that was a viable source, we put them in touch with that vendor so that they could place an order. And because they service larger than just the county's needs, they have other customers in the county and in the school districts where they're providing supplies. They have a bigger purchase power, so they could execute that larger order and then provide us the supplies that we needed. And so I just want to send thanks to Celeste Lutz over at Gulf Coast Paper. She did a phenomenal job of helping us there and providing the first set of masks that we got for the folks in the constable's offices and the sheriff's office. And thanks to Edward and Commissioner for delivering those out to the constables. That was much appreciated. Also, thanks to Commissioner for a lead we followed through an unlikely source in Atlanta, Georgia. And they provided us 16,000 surgical masks that we were able to procure at a good price. In fact, that price was $36,000 less than a competitive offer that we had received that same week. So we were able to receive those and get those dispensed out where they were most needed. We're being very, I don't know what you call it, stingy with how we dispense those supplies. We want to make sure that they're going to the areas where they're needed most. And so we're not just giving them away to anybody that comes up and asks. They need to have a legitimate reason, and we're trying to get them in the hands of the first responders and the health professionals. And we were able to also leverage our Amazon business account, which gave us access to supplies that the general public doesn't have access to. And we were able to secure face shields for the folks operating at the testing site and each of the constable offices. And let's see, last thing I'll touch on. We found out about a company called Apache Industrial Services, Inc. Jake Salinas there does a decontamination. We talked to our partners at the city. Kim Baker, the procurement director at the city, had told us about Apache, and they did a decontamination at the CCPD office in their jail area, and they got a good review. And so we put them in touch with the sheriff's office, and they've decided to utilize them as well. And so they're actually, I believe, this week performing those decontamination services here at the jail and at the annex.
And they're UV, correct?
They're also doing a UVC in addition to the traditional sanitization. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to do in the little time that I had was just thank a few folks. The folks at RICO USA that operate our copy center, all the printed materials that you see throughout the courthouse with COVID instructions on there and where to place your feet, all that came from the RICO Center. That's Jason Parker, Ramon Avalos, and Ashley Nunez. And they've continued to do their normal jobs and deliver supplies where needed, and so we appreciate them. Everything that we've had to purchase comes through purchasing just about, except for the folks that are empowered with the P card. but a large volume of our PPE supplies are being purchased by Jamie Clark and distributed by Margie Hernandez, Johnny Maldonado, and Raul Rodriguez. And then throughout this process, we've stayed open for business in purchasing, thanks in part to Cheryl Croxton and Cynthia Creek continuing to put forth the bids. I'm not going to read them all, guys, but there's been a ton of work done on this month. And we've got 5 road project bids, 4 road project bids, 3 road materials bids, the architect engineering services at the courthouse, the engineering program management, the grant administration contract was awarded. We're also working on ADA projects. And also during this time, we installed 4 district courts with all their jury seating. So we're doing a great job. And I just want to thank my staff and everybody who has assisted us in doing this work. And the folks in Lance's office have been stellar. The communication has been very open and very timely. And so also big thanks to Dale's office and IDA for consulting on a regular basis, make sure we're spending the money appropriately, make sure it's going into the correct accounts. And also to Laura and Belinda, who helped us a lot with the very large enterprise project that we just finished, and also advising us on legal matters as well. So with all that said, I will turn it over to Edward, who is a great asset to the county.
Edward, would you mind, Lance did show up. We're going to grab Lance and get us back in order, but you're next. Yeah, I just want to say quickly that it goes without saying that you're just skimming the surface, but it's good for people in the public to know that business is going on, but inevitably, it wasn't like we could just turn a light switch on and go remote. It was an enormous feat where nobody stopped working around the clock, and you just got a little glimpse of it from Michael, but a lot of counties got into difficult challenges in panicking and procuring too fast for too much and not enough vetting. Our county did everything right, and I just want you to know that, and it's a tribute to the people that we have. They've helped vet it, but it's not like it's just one department, right? It starts at the top through Melissa, and then it flows to Michael, and then Michael has to cooperate and collaborate, rather, with auditors and different people. There's so many different layers to protect us, and every time along the way, we were able to meet the demand. So when your constituents from your cities called and said, we need X, we were able to give it to them in a very short amount of time. And I just want to say, if we try to do our very best, I think we do a good job. But if you need anything for your constituents in your satellite offices, just don't forget, everything flows to Michael. And from there, you're in good hands. Lance, you literally got us. Maybe the letters IT never meant so much to so many. That's kind of a play on Churchill, but you really, really came through for us. Highlight for us what you guys did that you don't think court already knows. You know, there's used to be a guy on TV, and he used to say, tell me what I don't know. Tell these folks here what they don't know, not what they already know.
Right. So I was trying to think of a way to explain this quickly. Y'all have seen, I think, 3 items in the last Commissioner's Court, and there's a whole bunch more coming at the next one. So as Michael was saying, we are following procedure. It's coming to court in ratification form. So I looked at, just kind of added up this morning as many of these things as I could. There's over 20 items that have either required contract, everything from a new internet line to a new deal like Court Call that allows us to talk to the inmates or involve the inmates remotely in a hearing, and licensing for Microsoft, just a range of things. But if you work that out, that's almost a contract every other day is kind of what's been happening. And most of the delays, or actually I ran a little number just to see when we asked for it and when we actually purchased. And it was about averaging somewhere around 7 days. Most of that weight was actually on the vendors because they were so overwhelmed at the time. So that's just kind of a quick overview of how many things are coming through. And then, of course, he asked me to highlight something big. So the big things actually were the pre and the during events that we had. One was that when we first began and we realized how many people needed remote access and the courts were given priority, we worked really quickly with purchasing to get 150 iPads. And we got it, we kind of lucked into some of it. Just another vendor happened to tell us about another group of it because we thought we could only get 25, and then we got another 125 a few days later because we happened to be talking to another vendor about it. So it was kind of a little bit of luck maybe, but also quick action to get those before they were gone. Those were also at a huge discount because another company returned. They were considered out of the box, but they weren't technically out of the box. So we even got some cost savings in on that. I'd call that maybe a little bit of Irish luck there. But the big events for IT specifically was right before this whole thing. Larry Medrano, my manager for, you could consider that to be one of the bigger part of the operations as far as equipment and everything else on the network side. He of course left for the port, and I believe about a week after, one of his technicians, Alex, left for the military base. So when we went into the event, we were 2 positions down, and actually hiring basically the week that everything was going on. We ended up hiring, and we stole somebody from the tax office. But anyway, we did fill the tech position, but Larry's position was a little too big. We still have yet to fill that. It takes a lot of effort to fill a manager position. So those were open, and I thought that was it. I would be glad to tell you that was it. But during the event, we lost Dennis, who is our data center specialist, who was basically doing everything about the Microsoft upgrades. So the Microsoft upgrades are not quite done yet, and we're working with Insight, who we had contracted to assist him since we were so busy to work on finishing that. And I'd love to tell you that that's where the story ended. But we also lost our other Alex Pettis, and fairly, the tax office stole him from us. So I guess touche, I deserve that. Anyway, so that position, we just happened to still have the applications before, and I was able to get some messages back and forth to Julie to make sure it was possible for us to do. And within about 4 hours, we were able to contact somebody who was on the original list that we used to hire the first Alex's replacement. And they said they could start Monday. So Renee actually started, if it hadn't been a weekend, it would have been less than 24 business hours into that. So Larry and Dennis's positions are still open. Dennis will probably start reviewing some of the candidates this week. But I think those were the hardest challenges during this, and we still are 2 positions down. In the middle of all that, we were doing the largest remote deployment in the history of Nueces County. So,
Yeah, I mean, just in the interest of time, one of these days, and it's I hope sooner rather than later, Commissioner Vaughn early on said, let's do a resiliency plan. We need to do that because it's not just where are the gaps, but it also will showcase how we responded, right? And I think the story is going to be, history is going to show that we did something unprecedented by getting all of the court system remote. And so to this moment, right now, if you need to watch a hearing going on in the 347th, you can jump on our website and make that happen. And you can also expect that hearing is taking place completely remotely, and you can also expect that if that judge needs to visit with someone in jail, that can happen remotely too. And it sounds like that's just part of Lance's job and no biggie. Well, let me just tell you, it's not part of Lance's job, and what this pandemic has really made us face is that we use the experience of the job to create another job and said, oh, by the way, do that while you're doing your other job. And it's a tremendous feat, and I don't know how we can showcase it, but what I can tell you is that we're going to be better on the other side. In other words, some of the things we've spent money on, some of the things that we've employed are going to stay. They're going to stick around. It doesn't just mean COVID. It all goes away when we get better. Some of these are good things. They're really good tools. And in fact, we're talking about how to use some of this technology when we open up again to keep people from congregating upstairs in the courtrooms. So, Lance, it goes without saying, it's just tremendous feat.
And just some parting words there. We've only opened the door. We were kind of forced to open a lot of technology doors. Every door of technology that you open has kind of a peak of support required for it. Sometimes that peak goes away. Sometimes it just stays there as an added piece that has to be supported. And we opened, it wasn't quite 20 because some of these are together, but at least 10 of those doors. And even when staffed back up, those doors have more things to develop in each one. Like, for instance, the court process is remote for select type of hearings. To take it to that next step, there's more hallways to go through. But more importantly is once that door is open, the tech support side of it jumps up. And that's kind of where we're sitting now and that's where the budget planning and everything else has gone in the middle of kind of last week, was making sure that we adjust for everything that's been done. So I'm hoping that we can show you exactly how we plan to continue to save money and do things resourcefully. Anyway, that's just some important parting words.
It's very good. Thank you, Lance.
Questions?
Yes, questions for Lance.
Sure.
Hang on.
So, Lance, it's hard, and I've got questions on two or three different, department head thing when we did this, I don't know how else to be but transparent and honest. I've had some second thoughts about the fact that we're paying department heads overtime. That's just being honest. That's just me. I'm not saying I'm going to revisit it or I'm going to bring it back up. I've just had a little struggle with it because I know unless the law changes, we're not getting reimbursed for this. So as a steward of taxpayer dollars, of which we are all good stewards, it makes me a little nervous because these numbers are starting to add up in pretty big ways. And yours was one that had a bigger number because you're paid a higher salary, thus your overtime rate is higher. So, and I'm not being critical, I'm not being mean, I'm just kind of want you to understand my logic here on where I'm coming from on this. And I have other, and you're not the only one I'm asking, I got others that I'm going to ask the same question. So I'm kind of doing this so that, you know, because I want to talk to some Melissa about it, I want to hear from Julie about it. I mean, I've got some others that I want to kind of understand on this because, and they're a little bit different, but I don't want you to think I'm picking on you, and I don't want you to think the only one I'm asking, okay? So I don't know where the day ends and the night begins and where overtime, you know, in other words, I get at the beginning, there had to be a ton for you to do. I don't even question the first month, right? Like I said, I question my decision to do this because we're not going to get reimbursed, but I don't question any of your overtime in the first month. My question is, when does that stop? Because when does it start to pare down? Because it's like, we could be under an emergency declaration for months. You know, I don't know how long this is going to last. Maybe the governor's going to give us information. I know we're going to break here in a minute and go listen. Probably I shouldn't have started this since it's 2:30. And if you want to stop, Judge, I can stop before I do this. I just realized it was 2:30. I'm sorry.
Well,
If
I'm
you wanna stop.
monitoring it.
Okay,
And
okay.
it takes sometimes a little time before they do all the introductions and they
Okay.
start. If you want to just,
if you want to stop me at any point, please
yeah,
feel free.
and I'm
'cause
monitoring it
I
right
didn't see
here.
the time. So the question is, how does it start to slow down to where it doesn't all become an emergency and you have to work overtime? Because some of these things are long-term solutions. Like, we had to get the courts open. Man, I get that. We had to get the extra, we had to get, right? Again, that first month, I don't question. But at some point, this stuff has to, or to me, it would seem like it would stop being emergency overtime related to where you could just kind of go, okay, this is another long-term project that we don't have to have right this minute, that we could start putting back into our normal days. Do you have any idea of when that might start occurring and when we might, and I noticed actually you had less the last week on the burn report than you did the weeks before, so maybe that's starting to happen already, so go ahead.
No, it has already begun. Of course, during the first 2 weeks was insanity. But Going away completely, and I really don't know how to answer that, except that I can say what you're seeing now is closer to my normal work schedule, actually. So with the COVID emergency, we're trying to collect all the funds we can, right? There's no guarantees, but if we don't write it down, we don't get it back. I think it will go down a little more than that, because things like all of a sudden budgets due and random things have popped up in there that have forced overtime on, if you see it, the numbers actually show that my overtime is extending because of a combination of the two efforts, whereas before it was just all COVID. So it will go down, but probably not a lot from what you're seeing there, because that is my normal work schedule. Now,
Like, and that bodes me a next question is, you know, so,
well, I guess before you go to it, the problem is that that's my normal hour count, but every hour that you see that's COVID is something we're getting behind on. So at some point, we'll see the COVID hours drop away completely or mostly, but you're still going to see my hour count at about the same amount. And I think the way that that balances out is if I have overtime and 2 minutes of COVID, I only get paid 2 minutes of the overtime. Is that correct?
but
And I'm gonna,
I mean, you got 6 and 8 hours on a day on this overtime some days.
No, I'm saying in the situation where you've only registered 2 minutes of COVID overtime, we only pay the COVID overtime. Is that correct?
No, I think the overtime's all getting paid. That's my concern is, I mean, it's starting to add up with these department heads, and we're not getting that back unless the law or the rules change. And so we're talking, if this goes on for 3 or 4 months, I may have to come back and let the court revisit this whole thing, because we're
Right.
talking, could be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
and the governor has started, so I am gonna recess. I just wanna say that to date, and Dale's gonna come back and visit with us, but, we've spent about $46,000 on department head overtime. And so just to put it in perspective, we've spent $700,000, you're gonna hear, in overall expenses, 45,000 of which is department head overtime.
54 is what.
Right, I guess you're right. Now I've got a new number, sorry, but it was 47 but 54. And we are definitely on the other side of it. Having said that, there's new emergencies that do develop. I can give it examples when we come back on the record, but I do know that FEMA may have a problem with us, but not any other supplemental funding. That's really important to understand. Maria's gonna make that very clear in just a minute, but it's just that we're so used to dealing with FEMA, all we can think about is FEMA. All of government's expenses are going to be submitted for supplemental funding, and we have a reasonable expectation to believe that as long as our documentation is good, just to allay some of your concerns, but it's relatively under 10%. It's probably running at, it's a really small number compared to the overall number of 700,000. To put it in perspective, the city of Corpus Christi is at 1.6 million. So anyway, we will get back on the record. Let's just listen. The governor's going to have a lot of his important points in the early, and I bet we get back on the record no later than 3 o'clock. Madam Clerk, 2:35 p.m. I'm going to call it. And I have it here if anyone's interested. Let me just turn our mics off. So it's 3:06 PM, and we're going to go back on the record. As most of you know, we just heard the governor's, he is still taking Q&A, or in the Q&A portion of the press conference, but we do have others monitoring and taking good notes for us on that Q&A. But we're going to continue where we left off, which was with Edward, I believe, coming in. And, you know, the nice thing is Edward's going to kind of give us new information, which is nice too, about the Battelle cleaning system. But of course, tell everybody too what you did this morning, because I think it's pretty historic as well.
Judge, before,
Yeah.
just to kind of finish up on where I was on Lance and then.
Oh, sure,
'cause I
I'm
don't-
sorry.
I don't, no, I don't need Lance back.
You
I
don't
just-
need him back?
No, I just want to kind of general comment, and then this is kind of what I'm looking for from, you know, from Julie and Melissa and
Right.
Tyner and, you know, because there's got to be to me, there's got to be some point of the overtime going away or going down, because like an emergency management director, I would think would know coming in that this is, you know, an emergency, and that's the very nature. So that was my stuff on questions from Melissa, and she can address that when she gets up. I didn't really have a whole lot for Edward or Juan or any of the other ones because they weren't big amounts. I just have a general overall concern on department heads overtime and knowing at some point, because what Lance had said was this is kind of my hours, this is kind of what I work, and I'm thinking, holy cow, that can really, you know, add up. And so I don't really know I don't really know what to do. You know, I mean, it's more of a general comment that I've got concern over, and I'd like to hear from other commissioners. And I know and I don't doubt that you've been overseeing this. That's not what this is. We did a policy. I'm a little uptight about the fact that we did it and rethinking and trying to figure it out. And I don't have any indication that we're going to get reimbursed for this stuff. And I'm afraid we're going to be in an emergency quote declaration for months. So I don't know what my question is, other than to hear a little bit more about it.
I think
and
you're
figure
just
out.
expressing a concern
it
and,
is.
and a fear, and it's a fiscal fear. And I just want you to know, I hear it, and of course, we're all of us are worried about the fiscal impact to COVID. I just want you to know that we just bought masks that were almost equal to the first 60 days of our COVID response and overtime. It becomes a matter of what you're choosing, and I'm going to choose people every single time, because if we have to let our other partners like the city buy masks for everybody instead of us buying masks, well, then maybe that's what we need to do. But I'm watching it very closely, and I think your concern is real, and it's important to talk about it. That's what I want to really say. I want to acknowledge it, and I think it's important to acknowledge. And I do think that it sounds like, from the perspective of where we are, as opposed to where we've come from, we are on the downside of things. I'll give you a great example. The Battelle system you're about to hear, this is something that you have like all of a sudden you get a call, and it never fails. It's always on a weekend. And they say, we need to know in 3 hours if where you can put this cleaning system. And, you know, lucky for us, we have this amazing asset we call the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. And I say, well, how big is it? And then they describe it. I said, well, the only place I know that's secure, where I can literally lock something up that doesn't belong to us, but belongs to the state of Texas, is the fairgrounds. So then I call Edward. And, well, I call Melissa, and we call Edward. And then we wind up spending all day long trying to get all the information, get the receipt of it. Edward's got to meet his team out there. None of the people from the state think, there's just days that end in Y. Nobody really asks you, oh, are you on duty or are you not on duty?
No, and I
Yeah.
don't question people working the hours. I do have some more specific questions on HR. I don't really know that's the one I really can't figure out why there would be so much overtime in HR, but I'd like to hear on that one. But it's more of, you know, I'm just second guessing myself a little bit on the policy, and I don't know when it's going to end, and I don't think we're going to get reimbursed. I don't have a feeling that we're going to get reimbursed. I hope we do, but right now we know the law isn't, and so
Right.
I think
Well,
we-
we
So,
know,
and again, I don't want anybody to think I'm questioning
I understand.
putting their
I'm not-
hours
I'm
in.
not questioning either, but and I think I know where you're coming from, Commissioner. I mean, I just think when I see numbers like that and somebody works 32 hours over the 40 hours, that's 70-something hours. You know, then I'll go back and I check with Dale and said, you know, what does it show that they're working? I went back into the log about this big and some more administration. What is administration? I mean, it doesn't say what. I mean, all it says admin. What is admin? You know, I asked Dale and he said, I don't know, because that's what they put. You know, I just, and then it said, I said, okay, they work 14 hours, but where's the lunch? Well, they didn't take a lunch. Well, they have to take a lunch. I mean, the Department of Labor says they have to take a lunch. Department of says they gotta have a break. If not, we're in trouble for not giving them lunch, or in trouble for not giving them a break. I think, you know, we'd be in trouble with Department of Labor. If they come back and check, he said, you got 25 employees that worked so many hours, none of them took lunch. So why? You know, and we were in trouble with that before. Once, I don't know, you remember we got in trouble one time before because you know, that same thing was happening. You know, nobody was taking lunch. You know, and then now they come back and say, no, you gotta pay him. You gotta pay him. You know, so I see the concern here, and I think I have a concern too when I see those high numbers and when they tell you, well, that's part of my job, my regular hours, and then, you know, and the department head, when I see an hour that somebody is doing 1 hour, you know, it's hard for me because you're a department head, you're usually getting paid already. You know, and if you're doing 2 hours or 3 hours because something came up, I can understand that, pay him. But, you know, I mean, for a department head to say 45 minutes, 54 minutes, an hour, normally as a department head, you would have worked that anyway. I mean,
Well, we've asked them, Commissioner, to document every minute that's truly overtime. It's really important. So try not to read too much into that because I've asked them, the law requires us to document every minute. So,
I'm only reading what's on the paper, Judge. That's all I'm-
right. But I'm saying if they worked 54 minutes over, it's not that they're not wanting to put that in as a department head, is that the law requires them to, you know, to allocate that 54 minutes.
But if they're department heads, they don't even have to log it. I mean, it's part of their job.
No, it's not, because under EOC, it's not part of their job. Like, for example, let me take Michael. Michael is doing both his job and he's doing logistics for the operation. So he has to allocate it, the FEMA requires us to do it separately. It seems redundant, but it's very important that we allocate it if we want to go get the reimbursement. Just let me make sure everyone remembers, regular personnel, non-department head, will be reimbursed by FEMA under our new policy. So all we're talking about are department heads, which should have been, in my opinion, included the first time. We need to go back and look at that videotape because I think we made a mistake, but we corrected it. And we do believe supplemental funding from the CARES Act will cover all expenses. It doesn't say non-department heads, it says all expenses. However, it's since we don't meet the 500,000 population, we have to document. That's why every hour is important to document. So you're looking at a documentation. You're also looking at a shortened spreadsheet as opposed to the situation reports. The situation reports are available, and if you'd like them, Melissa, I'm sure we cannot, what? They all go out. So when he says admin, that's just the shorthand version, but there is a longhand version. Is that correct? Yes. Go ahead and come to the mic so we can hear you.
So I just have a couple of things I want to say, and one of those things is Commissioner Chesney, traditionally, as it falls in a federal declaration, and this is for what we have already established in the disaster finance policy, that would be the beginning or the day the declaration is made, and then the lifting of the declaration. Since the vote was just for the department heads and separate from the disaster finance policy, I believe essentially you could go and vote to decide when that ends, but I think that there's a couple of things that should be considered. And one of those things is, again, the dual role that everybody here is playing. And I'll exclude myself from that, even though I'm a department head and not every emergency management coordinator also has a county department to run with timekeeping in purchase orders and all that. But that aside, our staff members that build the EOC team, because any given day, I don't have a team, it's just myself, and until we got Brenda, one other person. And like Lance, we work overtime already, it's just not documented anywhere. But my team is built out of department heads that have subject matter expert, but they're not fully trained in the positions we put them in. And so we're stressing them out in a million different ways because they can only do part of a position that we've filled them in. So that's 4 positions that instead of having a person dedicated and trained to be the finance administration section chief or the planning section chief, we fill those with existing positions. So in this particular disaster, you have one person doing 2 people's jobs. And on top of that, that overtime, you're going to see ebbs and flows in that, because in one day you can maybe have 1 hour of overtime, and then in another day you can have 7 hours of overtime. We might have a lull where everything's kind of settled for a minute, and as soon as that morgue trailer gets here, or as soon as that N95 wash cleaning station comes in, all of a sudden we are going to have an influx in overtime because we've got people out at the fairgrounds trying to get that situated and set up. Any change in the orders can increase the hours.
One question before we go any further. When you said you're gonna have a big time, overtime when the cleaning equipment comes in or whatever, why don't they can do it during their work time? What's wrong with the regular workday?
I'm just saying that there's different concepts in each project, if you will, that we're working on. And so we don't have control over the hours an asset arrives. We don't have control over, like with the state and the cleaning system, all we know is they're sending us people. We don't even know if we need to shelter them or if we need to feed them. And so those decisions require a lot of footwork. Sometimes we're sent resources that don't have the ability to fully, so things happen all night long.
You know, and you brought that up too, but I didn't know all that was included, but if they're coming down already, we should know all those things already.
I wish it worked that way.
It's got to work.
No, it does not work that way. I will tell you why we have as much information as we do. It's because we have someone like Edward who will absolutely go above and beyond all weekend long trying to run those traps down. And it's the same thing with every other piece of, that's really why I thought it was so valuable that we do this today, because whatever the perception is, it needs to be debunked. There's a real challenge working with a pandemic that's affecting all 254 counties. If the state of Texas was just helping Nueces or even just the coastal bend, it would be completely a different matter.
And that's just you talking about state sending us resources. We get calls late at night that there's a particular issue going on and it requires phone calls. Sometimes we have to put a last-minute conference call together. Sometimes that is with IT. Sometimes that is with Edward. It just depends on what the crisis is. But I think really the most important things to remember are, you know, we have a team that we all wear multiple hats any given day, but we have a team that you're asking them to do something that they're not really trained to do. It's a whole nother position they're taking on. So then you can say, okay, you should at least expect 40 hours of overtime. Correct? Because they're working a whole nother job on top of their job. None of them, if you want to say it's about me signing up, I'm an emergency management coordinator and that's what I've been hired to do, that's a valid argument. I can argue a million shades the other direction, but I'm here to fight for my team right now because the pressure that we put on them by requiring them basically to work these 2 positions, it requires a tremendous amount of overtime. And whether everybody's overtime is accurate or not, we know who worked overtime, and the proof is in the pudding, and we have tremendous amount of documentation that can, if we want to do an audit per se, right? If you want to actually audit us, go ahead. You're going to see the ones that actually work the overtime that you're seeing annotated there. You'll see it, you'll find it, and if the person is not, that will expose itself too. But I think the major point I want to make right now is that you have 4 more, really, honestly, because we have more, and we're just talking about department heads, but we have multiple people that play roles in our EOC. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 positions that you don't have to pay for or expect to have that money come from somewhere else because we're already doing it and now we're just doing a second job. And so I'm just going to leave with that. One thing that maybe you can utilize to help you make a decision for this particular case, right, because there's some unknowns here, which is what would you consider acceptable as a salaried employee to work beyond the 40 hours and still be included in that I'm a salaried employee, I expect to work overtime? Is that 10 hours? Is it 20 hours? And then you can choose to capture that time. But it's going to be up to you in this particular case to decide when you're going to stop paying the department head. The other ones are captured in our disaster finance policy, and that will be lifted until the federal declaration is lifted. But as far as the department heads go, I'm not going to stand here and pull a cloak over you. You would be able to vote to undo it as well at any time.
And I don't think it's I don't think it's, you can certainly say I'm fighting for my team, and I'm fighting, and I would conversely say, oh, I'm fighting for the people I represent, right? So it's not a fight. Yeah, and I get that that's just a term you use. It's a discussion that I think needs to happen so that people understand that we're really watching over these dollars very, very closely. You have a different role in this process than I do, and my role is you're accountable to her and this court, sort of, but her. I'm accountable to thousands of people who expect me to ask these.
That's actually my constitutional obligation, Commissioner Chesney, to protect my community.
Right, and so we just have a different role in this because you're saying you're fighting for your team. Then I'm just saying it's a different perspective that the discussions need to be had. In my opinion, and that's just my opinion. I just need to have a discussion.
Sure.
But you brought up an interesting point that I would like some information on. Is how do other counties our size do this? My understanding was when we did this, we were one of the few counties, the only counties that were paying, maybe the only county that was paying department heads in this kind of situation overtime. So that may be wrong, and maybe I don't remember that discussion right. And if that's incorrect, then I'm sure you'll correct me, and I'm okay with that. But I'd like to know, because you raise an interesting question, is, how many, you were saying something about how many different salary positions do you need to have, and everybody has a different job. My understanding is that's how counties do this, because thank God we don't have these kinds of emergencies all the time. And so counties have to do it this way, where department heads act as separately and also act in the EOC. I think it's similar to city. If I remember my time there right, they have people that are like they're department heads, but they also become EOC department heads when there is an emergency, I think.
If you look at some of the other counties, you'll also see that, there's so many different considerations, I'm sure, that are made on how a county would run that. But our county has grown a lot in the last couple of years. Sure. And we also play a really regional seat as Nueces County, not only in the county and the medical system, but in emergency management as well. So we have a very regional obligation. So we're a much bigger force than just a county. Nueces County is, right? We're a much bigger force than just a county. We do a lot for the region, and we're responsible for a lot in the region.
Similarly to Hidalgo and probably Cameron and
Sure.
some of those counties who probably act as regional. And so that's what I'm saying is maybe, my point is maybe we need to
But we
look
can't,
and see
we
how.
can't even humor doing things the same way. One, this is our second federally declared disaster in 3 years. That's 2 in 3 years. Not only that, but if we don't progress and make change, then with each disaster we have, we're going to be standing here with the same issues that we have. Changes weren't really made after Harvey. Actually, the emergency management budget was cut after Harvey, when it should have been the opposite. There should have gone a lot of focus into emergency management, realizing all the things that we needed after we actually really stood up as an emergency operations center. So this is now the second federally declared disaster. It's proving to everyone that it's completely different than a hurricane. So everything that we learned and we experienced in Harvey, I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but we've kind of had to just put that to the side and learn a whole new set. So we're asking this metamorphosis of our employees over and over again with every disaster. We can't keep doing things the same way. If you look at how we're doing things the same way we did before Harvey, we're doing something the same way after we had a Category 4 hurricane in a jurisdiction that hadn't had one in 47 years. It can't stay the same. And now we're having a pandemic, and we can't stay the same. So we have to look at these things. It's great that we're talking about them. It probably doesn't feel good for a lot of us because we're not running around just saying that we feel like we need to be making that much money. It's just one of those things where you're not working the 20 hours more that you would expect as a salaried employee. Sometimes you're working more than twice your normal hours, and I feel like that is above and beyond just what you would expect from a salaried person. So this is not just overtime. This is an exuberant amount of overtime, and there's sacrifices that are made in your personal life, in your family life, your home life, your work life. You have to put things aside. In my office in particular, we might be in the middle of a disaster, and you might say, that's what I do for a living. But I also am responsible for preparing our community for hurricane season, which, remind you, is June 1st. It starts. We have our hurricane reentry program so we can make sure that our partners are able to stay or come back if we have to evacuate, and all of these other processes that we do annually to prepare our community for hurricane season. So we're also needing to try to figure out how we're going to squeeze that into these 120-hour weeks that we're working. So.
And I think those are all great points that you should probably put forward, because I think if there's a time that people are going to be willing to look at process changes, now would be that time. So in the middle of with not having those process changes in front of us, what's in front of us is talking about overtime. What this is morphed into is a great discussion in that you as emergency operations director, I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's, I don't have the title right, but should then put forth to the Commissioners Court consideration for some of these things you're talking about. I haven't seen some of those things yet. I'm sure you've been really busy and don't have time to do anything like that now, but I would think if there's a time where Commissioners Courts all over the state of Texas, all over the country for that matter, would be considering changes to processes, would be now. So if that's something that you think needs to change, and those processes need to change, and those job descriptions need to change, and all the things that you're advocating need to change, then bring it to us. That's what I think your job is, and I'm not trying to tell you what your job is, but I'm open to any of those kind of suggestions, and I would like to know what Hidalgo does and Cameron does and some of those counties that are regional in nature, as you've talked about, and how they deal with the budget processes and how they deal with things that aren't reimbursed by government, and how we maybe need to go and advocate that some of these things need to be reimbursed. But we can't do that, in my opinion, until you present us those plans and those process changes for consideration that I think this court would be very open to in regards to having these discussions, because I think this is not the end of this. I think, I think this is going to go on for a period of time, and if it's not this one, it might be the next one, or it might be, I think, unfortunately, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but unfortunately, I think germ warfare is a way of life that I think there's a lot of countries out there, whether this was done intentionally or not, and I'm not trying to get down that path, but I think, this ain't the last time we're going to face this stuff. I agree with you. So I don't think we're so far apart on some of the stuff you're talking about. I was just trying to deal with overtime today and making sure that we did, and that we analyzed that overtime as stewards of those dollars as we should. So I think these are great discussions, and I would personally welcome you to present us a great detailed plan of, and some of the things we maybe can do at one time, maybe we can't do it all because of budgetary constraints, but boy, this is the time to bring those things forward, because we're in the middle of a tough situation.
And Laura
I
stood up.
Yes, I wanted to clarify certain things, and maybe this will help you in terms of analyzing.
There for a reason.
I know that one of the things that you have concerns is at what point in time does the elected official, I'm not elected, the department head becomes part of the EOC, and when is that person doing the function of the department head, right? When there's a declaration, that triggers the EOC into play. So any project involving the particular disaster should go through that structure. And that, in every single person in that advisory, basically is essential. They have declared themselves, there's usually two, because there's supposed to be a backup. So each one of them is an essential personnel, so they're taking that function of that particular EOC disaster declaration or whatever project needs to be done in that perspective. So, the problem here in this case is that normally in a disaster, we would have been shut down. And all we would be dealing with is that disaster. Unfortunately, this one is not. So, but again, if it has to go through the structure. So I don't know, like in the perspective of Edward, at the time that he had to get those phone calls done or whatever, that's a project under the EOC, not as a supervisor of his department. So hopefully this kind of will help you a little bit in analyzing it and whether or not you're okay with, obviously the overtime.
I have two concerns. One, we have an employee that works almost maybe 70, almost 80 hours in 1 week. How can you function the next, coming back to work? That's a concern.
Yeah.
It's a concern to me, and he's an employee, right? The other thing is, if once they go into EOC status, right? Well, their assistants can take over their regular jobs.
Again, it's the essential personnel. If the essential personnel is part of the EOC and he is a department head, then basically he or she is the one that's going to be responsible for that project.
Right, but his assistant can take over his daily duties.
If it's not a department head, if it's not a supervision issue, certainly. But if it is, it's still kind of him.
In some areas they do, like Edward,
Yeah.
somebody takes over for him, so.
But in the perspective of what, the question that you were having as far as the amount of hours, well, certainly that's something that would need to be looked at if in fact it's kind of strange in that perspective. You could get more information from that department head or essential personnel that actually submitted that.
Right, and let me just interject here, and then we'll bring Edward in so we can stay timely, but just so you know, one of the things that we have watched, Melissa and I, is in addition to her being the coordinator and myself being the director and the county judge, I'm also trying to be wellness coordinator here. There is a behavioral, health factor to all of the work that we're doing, and it is very stressful. We were just talking about that in the off time, and as a result, all EOCs across the country are recommending rotations. And so just so you know, Melissa and I spoke about this very issue. It's very important that we do give some time off to the rotation, to the group. You get exhausted. If you want to know how they're pulling 70, 80 hours, just ask me, because I've been right there alongside with them. And it is exhausting and it is stressful, and we still do it because it's our job to do it. But the rotation is important, and Melissa and I have talked about that, and we've already implemented a plan so that there can be some breaks given to her main team, and we've staggered these breaks. And I think these are going to be very helpful. This is something that we learned from watching other good best practices, because you can burn out, you can get very tired or very short-tempered or whatever. It's a strain on the body. And so we are mindful of that, Commissioner, and I just want you to know we're working on making certain we take care of our folks. The wellness of our people are very important to all of us, and as a result, we ask every department head to reach out to their employees and say, how are you doing? Are you okay? And make sure that it's not just at the EOC level, but all of us that are here, including commissioners and your staff, you should do the same. I just want you to know that that's something we're very partial to. Edward, why don't you go ahead and continue? And just as a final comment, because I think that the idea is transparency, and that's what the conversation is, and so I'm not going to shy away from it. I'm going to welcome it, right? I want you to know that, commissioners, your questions are welcome, your questions are appropriate, and your questions, I think, have been answered to the most extent. However, if there's more information that you need, all you have to do is really ask, and Dale, I think, can provide as much as you can. But I want you to know that your concern about the constituency is very important, but in the veil of transparency, the numbers don't lie. So when you look at 54,000 divided by the amount of money that we've had as our cumulative burn rate, it's under 6%. When you ask the average taxpayer if in their disaster they want to make sure that they can take care of the very people, ask a constituent how they feel about their police officers in an emergency, or a fireman, or a healthcare worker. The problem here is my friends at EOC, my colleagues and our team, they don't wear a uniform. But you know what? I'm going to put it in the darn budget this year, because I think sometimes if you put people in a uniform, they can understand the fact that they're there to respond to you and to your emergency. So to spend 6% of our 100% burn rate on people who have been there for you as a community and a constituent is something that I will go to bat for. Not just because they're part of our team, but because it makes sense. It's the transparent thing to do. So as we look at numbers, make sure that you understand the numbers in a way that makes sense. Most administrative offices run at 25% as an acceptable ratio. We're running at 6% on our people on overtime. That is incredibly acceptable. It's within the complete low side of the scale, and it really needs to be seen in the light that it's presented. You have a burn rate that you're about to hear, and that overtime for department heads that I believe will get supplemented, but even if you don't believe it, it represents less than 6% of the overall, and I really do believe it's because we don't wear uniforms. But I think that we should start wearing uniforms because it would make people understand that they're first responders. We just don't wear a police or a fireman uniform. And I think that's the hard, cold truth. Edward, tell us about the Battelle system.
Well, Judge, if I could, let me explain what OPSEC does. We're
Sure.
operations section. Essentially, we're your boots on the ground. We're the pointy end of the stick. We go out there and, like Commissioner Jag says, we're the ones that we're unlucky enough to where we can convert almost all of our department to doing what needs to be done in the case of emergencies. I was incident commander when we did the hurricane. We do the warming shelters, we do the cooling shelters, we do the flooding, we've sandbagged buildings, we've supported communities throughout, provided ice, gone as far as to Baytown and some other smaller communities, delivered food. We've done all these things with the support of our logistics people who provide us with the stuff, our finance people who give us the money for the stuff, and our own ability to move quickly. We do a lot of training, believe it or not, with the hurricane type incidents. That provides a basis for what we've been able to do for all these years. In this instance, we have been in support of our smaller communities. They can't afford or can't do. We help them provide. We've gone out with Commissioner Matas and Commissioner Jag to go out to the smaller communities to find out what they're needing, to provide what they're needing. Well, it could be simple as, you heard it, Commissioner Vaughn, those bags, so they could provide meals to their students. They didn't have the capacity that we have through Michael, through our finance people, to locate those bags. And my staff is good at locating stuff as well. We throw everything to Michael so that they can purchase it for us. But we're able to find stuff that they couldn't ordinarily find. I was telling Commissioner Matas, they bought some N95 masks that are nowhere of the quality that Michael was able to find through Commissioner Jag's connections over there. And they really appreciate those masks. So those are the things that we do and a lot more of them. We're just lucky in the sense that we can convert part of our work staff. Right now, we have our community centers. All our people are at home. So they're, as the judge says, the most impacted community there. Everybody seems to think, according to the law, 55 years or older is actually considered senior. But most of our seniors,
Can I get a discount?
you can get a discount. Commissioners,
At the theater.
Commissioner taught me, buy an apple pie, get a cup of coffee, and you get the coffee for free. So it's one of those things.
Didn't know that.
Can't do it.
Whataburger, not a advertisement, but
Not an advertisement.
we've been able to do these things. So my park staff comes in, they support the meal staff. The meal staff are putting together the meals. Since we used to use the seniors, they used to be a resource for us to put together meals so that we could send out. So now they do that for us. So staffing does that. Our parks guys go out and we rotate them. Judge, just like you're saying. We during the hurricane process, would bring in a group, send out a group, and we'd continuously rotate. So we've done this before. So to answer your question, Commissioner, right now, we're mostly, as you know, you've been out there with us, we mostly run emergency management right now. That's mostly what we're doing. When this Battelle system comes in, we're going to build a wall. It's scheduled to be built, it's scheduled to be in this next Thursday. We're going to be working regular time. The only times that, like Melissa says, we can't control is when the Department of, it's called the DLA, which is Defense Logistics Troop Support. When they send an asset, you got to be there to pick it up. I'm going to be bugging Juan in a bit because our assets are coming in Thursday. So we need his forklift, Juan, so that we can pull down those Battelle units. We also work with FEMA on the morgue unit. You know, to answer your question, Battelle actually is going to pay for about 24 hotel rooms over here. They're going to house them at one of the, that's up to them. That's their local deal. So that, they're going to take care of that. So I've been in contact with these people. In fact, this morning I was telling the judge, we had a meeting with some advanced people from Battelle looking over at the fairgrounds. So, you know, again, it's a moving part. We're always ready, we're always moving, and we're situated.
And to do this N95 Battelle system requires AC 24/7. And we're not used to doing that, and so that required a whole analysis by Edward's team so that I could make some decisions as to whether or not, you know, how are we going to get advanced funding from the state? Typically, we would just put that as part of our reimbursement, but I was uncomfortable with that because it's an extraordinary expense given that it's 24/7 and it's drawing so much power. And so that's the kind of thing Edward has been doing on his off time, so to speak, overtime, and that I needed a real understanding of how many kilowatt hours we were going to use on surge, which is different than peak, right? There's peak and then there's regular. Anyway, it was incredibly complex, but thank goodness now we know.
So if I can go through, this is actually a presentation, this
Okay,
first
great.
presentation is actually for our COVID-19 testing site. So we work hand in hand. The judge, I mean, she's a miracle worker. Because essentially the city and the county used to, it'd be like oil and water we didn't mix. In this scenario, she brought us all in, and that's one of those deals where a lot of the overtime comes from setting up. So we were all partners in this, and when I say that, it's kind of like a joint command. I've taken all the ICS, I've taken all the 800s, 700s, the 300s, the 100s. I've taken all this training, and it's kind of like a joint command. When we're there, we're in charge. We're setting up, we're doing all the things that we need to do, we're in charge. When the police are there, when Captain Russell with the CCPD is there, he's the one who did this. This is part of his ops plan. When he's there, he's in charge. He's the one that's in charge of that operation at a given time. We all give way when the health department's there. When their ladies and men are running the actual deal, everybody stands aside and we allow them to do it. The sheriff's department helps in the sense that they provide a communications vehicle that that allows us to track the number of people that come in. As the judge was saying this morning, we had 106 that we were going to test. 95 of them we were actually able to test. 7 decided that they decided to no-show, and 4 canceled on us. So the numbers are going up. The numbers are going up. So the next deal is, this is initial setup. So we took the tents, we put in the actual community building that the commissioner was able to get from Texas A&M. And this is when it's set up. This is one of those nights that we get there about 5:30 in the morning, so we can set up everything. If something's broken, we fix it. If something's stolen, we replace it. Tents have been down a couple of times, we've replaced those. Generator, we have backup generators, we have additional tents, anything that you can think of, we've already thought of it. We have tow straps in case something happens to one of a vehicle that stalls out. We're able to take care of those kind of problems.
Point out, okay, there's a better video. Point out our Nueces County Mobile Medical Trailer there.
The gray trailer over there is the Mobile Medical Trailer Center. The tent there is actually also a Nueces County tent that we've put up.
Proud of it.
Support it. That's where they doff and don, take on and take off the PPE there.
And at no time are any of your folks in any danger. You'll notice that when we're setting up, there's no PPE equipment protection on. That's because there's nothing's happening right now. There's no patients, there's no nurses, it's very clean, okay? So our folks are not in harm's way. I want to emphasize that to the people at home watching or anyone looking on. This is all taking place before, right, Edward?
Correct. One of the interesting things, and this is where the judge said to be, and this is a touching story. One of my employees, his wife, actually emailed, and I doubt he knows that she did, emailed the judge. And she sent him a nice email back. She sent her a nice email back. Her concern was, my husband's going into this area. We don't know, what's going to happen. And again, my counsel to the judge is, look, we train for these emergencies, maybe not the pandemic, but we do train. We know what to touch. We know what not to touch. And she sent her back a nice letter, an email essentially saying, look, I've been there twice, 3 times. I've been in there. I have children. I've been in there. I'm not going to subject any of our county employees to anything that I wouldn't do. And that's my same philosophy. So that's why we're able to do what we do, and that's where the Sheriff's Department is setting up. This is, again, a pre-meeting. You can see Commissioner Jag over there. I think he's hiding, but, and we're, again, this is part of the setup where we're discussing what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and what's the best way to do it. That is actually Station 2. I didn't have a picture of Station 1, but that is Station 2, where they check IDs and stuff to make sure that the people are eligible to come in. That's actually them getting ready to, that's when they're there, and those uniforms, that's the hot zone. No one gets past, no one goes in unless you're suited up. And that's an actual test. So with that, Judge, unless you want me to go into the Battelle system, I think there are 2 items on the agenda.
Yeah, I think that I want to keep moving, but keep coming back to us, okay? I don't want anyone to say, what is that? I want to know. It's in Commissioner Modis's precinct, and he's going to be involved with it, just so the commissioners know. I'm really trying to utilize you guys in ways that maybe we didn't start off, but now we really need you. And so Commissioner Modis is really going to help us as a commissioner's court work with the Battelle system and work with the folks out in Robstown. And this is so that those super expensive masks that people are paying $8 a mask for can be cleaned up to 20 times. This is an aerosolized decontamination system. Think about every single first responder being able to we talk about saving money to the taxpayer. This is really going to help.
This is actually the Battelle system right here, by the way. This is the vapor hydrogen peroxide system, and it's used quickly. It is used in this sense. You take the items from generally a hospital, but it can be anybody. It can be a fire department, hospital, anybody. You pick it up, you take it to the site. They barcode it and make sure that product goes in. Then it goes into one of their containers. That container is where the hydrogen peroxide gets aerosolized, and it gets the mask gets cleaned. And so then it comes out of the process, it gets dried, and then it gets sent back based on the barcode. And that's how they can tell that it's been there 10 days, 20 days, 20 times, or however many times. That is the standard setup system right there. It's 208 volts per box. There's 4 boxes. The other ones are holding containers. The system is requiring, as the judge says, it requires a 24-hour air conditioning system. Those units are drawing that same amount of power. Based on the calculations we have, it's going to be about $20,000 to $27,000 a month to operate. That's the actual container and the box. These are some of the requirements that we have met with them on site, that we meet all the requirements that are necessary. We have the showers, we have the break areas, we have the bathrooms that are there. Again, it's going to be 12, 24 people that are going to be running 12-hour shifts, 24/7. And I asked him, how long are y'all going to be there? And he says, until we're told to leave. Yeah. Those are the masks that generally are used. That's how they mark those masks. And
again, we're serving an entire region, so this is really a very, very important role. Melissa talked about our regional responsibilities. Sometimes you're just lucky that way, I guess, that we're looked upon as a regional leader. So thank you, Edward, so much. And continue to give us,
Thing on the-
yes,
on the Video.
yes,
Nurses or the spa nurses that.
that's right.
Most of them that work at night and come in the morning.
Yes, at early, super early.
They really provided a lot of testing kits for us.
By about 7:30, they're there, 7 even.
By 7 o'clock,
Yeah, very, very good. I don't want to dwell too much on this, but just so you know, I did not order this through our EOC. The state of Texas sent us this. It's, again, standing up for our region. We have to be regional leaders. And so sadly, they sent us a 53-foot morgue trailer, and it's being warehoused at the fairgrounds, just so that you guys know.
That's what it looks like right there.
That's a big truck.
But we did not order that. We do have our own Nueces County morgue trailer, just so you know. We have our own, but again, this was for the region. It's a very harsh reality. It's not a pleasant topic to discuss, but I just needed you to know and be aware that these are ways that our county is stepping up. Thank you so much, Edward.
Judge, can I ask
Yes.
some? I was going to comment earlier on the overtime, but I'm not going to because it went too long. But something that you said, I don't think we need to ignore. And I think you made a really good point about an employee putting down that they did not get lunch. That's a huge issue because I heard it last week. I was going to tell you about it later. But that's a huge issue because they can come back. I've dealt with the Department of Labor. They can come back and tell you that they were denied lunch.
Yeah.
So that needs to be addressed somewhere with the employees, because I know they've not been denied lunch. And that shouldn't be written down there as an hour of overtime. So, Judge, you might want to look at it, because
Melissa and I, we'll look at that.
Judge, talking about
Yes, sir.
about being regional, I just so happened to receive a phone call from Commissioner Oscar Gonzalez, one of our partners from Jim Wells. And the issue happened to be the N95 mask. And they may be one of those counties or those examples that Michael and you have mentioned about the procurement process and what have you. They're desperate. They're still looking for the proper mask. But I mentioned this to him. And us want to be regional partners. So he's very excited about that. And his area rests right up against Precinct 1 and Precinct 3 here. So he represents Orange Grove and eastern part of Jim Wells. So it's right there where we're at. And so he said, at any time, if they're able, they will take their equipment to Robstown to get it treated. And so I'm glad that we're taking that approach beyond just what we need, our needs here in Oasis County. It is for everyone.
It
And
is.
so,
It is.
it's
Thank
just-
you.
It's just, I say dumb luck. I believe everything happens for a reason, not coincidence. And so we hope to have him updated on this as well and have a chance to maybe see and explore how they can utilize it.
Edward, would that be all right if we put that on your shoulders there too? We need to really make sure that, our regional partners can utilize the Battelle system
Not a
as
problem.
well.
Not a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we've already alerted like Port Aransas and all of our, mayors that are within Nueces County, but we're going to extend it as well, particularly for Clayburgh, that I know they made a big investment in masks as well. Anyone that made an investment needs to use this system.
The RTA.
RTA, yeah, as well. We just can't afford to not do it. These masks, a KN95 mask is costing us $3.85, and that's below market value right now. Now, it's not the real market value, but it's the market value during these times. But it's just really indicative of the expenditures that counties are having to go through. And this cleaning system that we're hosting is really going to make those dollars stretch. So, thank you, Edward.
This says that it is a regional product and it is regional. And then, Commissioner, we can use those bio bags that we brought back. So we've got a lot of,
That's great. So in the interest of time, let me tell you what I'd like to do, and I know there's a lot of people here that haven't, but I'm mindful that I want to get to the burn rate, but Mike Rendon's been here literally all afternoon. I would like to make sure I get his comments. He came to represent the RTA. There was a letter also given to me that I think I provided through Maggie to all of you guys. And it's from, go ahead, it's from the chairman, Eddie Martinez of the board of RTA. In addition, I had the opportunity to speak with Jorge Aedo Cruz, Jorge Cruz Aedo, con permiso, sorry about that, backwards. But just to get a feel for what the RTA was concerned about, and Mike's here to articulate that. Mike, would you please let the commissioners know why you're here and what you have to ask of us?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. We appreciate what you do every day, especially during these hard times, and thank you for your service. The message from our CEO is just, I'm just going to give you a good picture of what we're doing. And every day, we have 36 routes throughout this community. We utilize 70 buses, between 70 and 75 buses to service these routes. Right now, there's a 65% reduction in ridership. We usually get around 16,000 to 17,000 riders a day. So we've lost 65% because of the COVID-19. And the ridership is right around 5,600. On weekdays, that's the amount. On Saturday, we have around 3,500, and on Sunday is our lowest ridership. We have 2,500. Our top four routes that we have is Route 27 that goes to Robstown. Number 2 is Route 21. That serves the Port Ayers area, West Side, and the Hector P. Garcia Clinic. Route 29 goes from Staples Street Center all the way to Southside, the mall, and then it goes beyond to Flower Bluff and back. And then Route 19 starts at Port Ayers and goes through Mercado and ends up at the Southside Station. Those are our four major routes that we have high ridership. At all transfer stations, we have one at the Staples Street Center just across here, Southside Station, Port Ayers, and one in Robstown. At all transfer stations, we have a display of, like in an A-type frame, says, encourage mask use, and on the other side it says, practice socialized distance 6 feet away. We have it in English and we have it in Spanish. Security. We have 24-hour security at the Staples Street Center. We have security in the mornings and afternoons at all transfer stations. And security meaning police. Security police, and we have the CCPD. We have the Corpus Christi Independent School District Police. We have Constable, Precinct 1 from here. And we also have Robstown PD that helps us provide security for all our customers. Just to give you a picture of what comes into our building, in the past, before we had a security checkpoint, we were getting between 1,200 and 1,300 visitors into our building. We started about 10 months ago. We installed a new security checkpoint like you guys have here, and it reduced it to about 500, 550. So about 60% of people coming in, we were able to eliminate. Now, because of COVID-19, right now, we have between 1 and 10 at the most customers coming into our building. Since our building is basically all government offices and all of them are closed, that is the reason we are getting very low numbers in people entering our building. And those individuals that enter our building are people that are utilizing the Greyhound services throughout the week. We have ordered some K95 masks. Our CEO being proactive, we did that about 3 weeks ago, and we were able to acquire ahead of the curve on the big order. We have ordered 40,000 KN95 masks and about 30 of the surgical masks. Those are the ones that are like the $1 purchase, and they're like the rectangle. So we were blessed to have them order early, and that's the amount that we have. We're still ordering, and those orders are going to take another 2 to 3 weeks to arrive. But we want to make sure that we have enough supply, and we don't know if this is going to last 2 months, 3 months, or maybe six more months. So that's the reason we have ordered that supply. Now, we are cleaning our transfer stations twice a day, and twice a week, we will soon be able to do power wash at all transfer station, at the entrance to the Staples Street Center also. And we're detail cleaning our buses every night. Our number one concern is our customers. You know, me being Director of Safety and Security for the CCRTA, my number one concern is our customers, staff, and this community here in Corpus Christi and Nueces County. Our customers' number one concern is other customers are not utilizing a mask. We've asked them to either, if they can purchase a mask or make them themselves. I have one here that a friend of mine made for me, and it covers well, and it works good. So we're asking either for them to make their own at home, wear a scarf or handkerchief, anything that would protect their face. And most of them are doing it. Now, some of them are not, and some of our customers are saying, why don't we require them to wear a mask during the riders going from one point to another? So the order has not been given, so it's not mandatory, it's just recommended. So we ask them that if they have a mask, to please utilize that while using public transportation. So that is kind of a big picture of what we're doing, being proactive, cleaning our stations, our buildings, our buses. You know, we want to make sure that we have a safe zone, a safe bus to get on every day, and a clean bus. We have points at all our entrance to our building, and all buses have a soap type of to clean your hands if you want to. So it's something that we have done for our customers and staff in this community.
Thank you, Mike. I mean, that was a great report, and that's also in written form. If you want to see what Mike just basically told you, he's actually written it down, and so I will get that to you guys, but I think you may even have it already through Tyner. I gave it to Tyner. But it's really just a tremendous effort to keep people safe. On buses, you can't social distance if it's full. And even if it's not full, sometimes it's hard to social distance. And so even though the ridership is limited today, we know that as businesses open up, they too will have to transition. And so one of the conversations I wanted to have with all of you is that because we know the governor's orders just changed, and we know that I cannot be in conflict with those orders, and nor would I want to be, we will also change our orders. And in that vein of opening up businesses, phase one, there's also the opportunity to protect ridership in public transit with masks. And so it would not have enforceability. I need you to know that. Mike, that's new. That came out of the governor's press conference, is that enforceability is not possible, okay? I cannot be in conflict with the governor. But I truly believe leadership is very contagious. And so what you can't make somebody do by saying, I order you or I'm going to enforce it, you can do just because it's the thing to do, right? And so if everybody is responsible and wears their mask, it makes it good. And so because the governor, and you didn't even probably know this because it just came across my desk too, it happened while we were in the courtroom, it means some of those rules that other counties have put into effect, will not be able to be enforced. But I think it's a good idea personally. I've thought about it. I went on TV and said to people, send me messages, email me, call our office, call our hotline, tell us what you think. And so I've been receiving lots and lots of messages, and overwhelmingly the messages that I have gotten mimic what your board members and what your executive director and chairman and you have told me, which is that it's for people's protection on buses, to where a protective covering.
So one thing that we're doing, Judge Commissioners, is that every day at 8:30, we have a directors meeting. Some of them from their house, some of them working. So what we've done, we split our directors. Some work out of their house, some in-house, and then we alternate that. We try to be proactive in every decision that we made, and anything that's new, we want to make sure that we apply it. And knowing that there was a concern of maybe our buses being a little crowded, the most we would get like 15 to 20 riders, and our buses there could be up to 35 riders in our bus. So knowing that, it was like in the morning that they were a little bit crowded, we added some buses, and also during the evening. So we adjusted to that concern of our customers. And like I said, on the 27, 21, 29, and 19, we've done that. So we will be proactive as best as possible for the safety of our customers.
Sure. No, it's
question?
great. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm totally against us saying you have to mandating masks. I just think it's ridiculous. And Judge, I understand the reasons why, but I think people have been responsible in this city. It's obvious with the cases that we've got and the things that she has done. And I think she strongly recommended, and I think people listened to her. But like she said, it can't be enforced because the law cannot enforce it, and nor should we ask them to, I don't think. And I don't believe that you're going to get a fine, because why would we do that to people that don't even have jobs? I don't think you can enforce it. My question to you is, if it is mandated, are you going to tell people they can't ride on a public bus because they didn't wear their mask?
Well, right now, Commissioner, all I can say is that it's recommended.
I know, she strongly recommended it.
And that's, our signs display that.
Yeah.
That is recommended. We're not enforcing that you must have a mask.
But I'm asking if she mandates it,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you going to handle that?
Well, it's going to be difficult because our police officers in other transit authorities have had some challenges, and it will be difficult for us to do that. And then, how can you mandate or tell a customer you can't get on their bus unless you have a mask? So it's going to be a very a big challenge for us. So.
And the other thing I want to ask you is, because, a lot of people cannot afford masks. They can't. $3 to us may not sound like anything. It's a lot. And then you sit there on those masks, $3 masks, Jack had some really good ones, and you have to wash them after you've worn them. So people may not have access to this. You may have a lot of homeless riding on that bus. So that's a real concern to me, to sit there and tell someone, so are you providing masks for every rider that gets on that bus?
No, we're not, ma'am.
Yeah.
And that's why we're not requiring right now.
Yeah, it's just really, it's a hard dilemma, because you want them to be safe, but yet you don't want to take away their free will either.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
We did talk about, how people may not like following orders, but they do like following leadership. And whether or not you could put the disposable surgical masks, a box or two on every bus, because we do believe that people are going to start wearing masks. People just seem to be more in tune to it. At the grocery store and just places I go, even I've changed my own behavior, where I feel like you're oddball out if you don't wear the mask at a big store. And so my question is if that's the trend and most people will wear them, if you have the boxes of the disposable, is it possible that you have enough disposable coming where you could load, every bus operator with a few boxes and offer it to people who get on that do not have a mask and say, would you like to have a disposable mask? I have one for you. It's free. Is that a possibility?
That's a good conversation that we're having right now.
Okay.
We were just waiting to see what the governor and you guys were gonna.
Right. So I was glad that I waited for the governor, because he's obviously cleared it up as to what the enforceability is, and that issue has now been put to rest. He has now, just a moment ago, just said there will be no enforceability. So if there's no enforceability,
Bad, because I really think everybody should wear a mask. I think if I go to the store with a mask, I think everybody else should wear a mask in the store, and the employee should wear a mask. I mean, it's a dual thing here. I mean, why am I gonna wear a mask and I'm gonna face an employee who doesn't have a mask? What if he has something, you know, and somebody else goes in the same store? I mean, each store is operational. I think people should walk in with a mask.
But
You know?
don't you think, Jag, that the business that owns that business should make that decision? And then say you have to wear a mask when you come in here because they have a right? If they don't, like me, I would have to say, okay, well, I won't go in there. I don't wear a mask. I don't. But I social distance, and I do it during the winter for the flu. And I've only had the flu, and I'm 67 one time, thank God. But I think by what she's done, she has so highly recommended it, which is a good thing. And I think people have picked up on it. So I think the ones that really want to do it, and I think the businesses will say whether you can or can't, and then we get the choice. I won't get to go into certain stores. And the reason for that, some people can't handle a mask on their face. I'm one of those. I don't like it, and the doctor that you had here made a great point. Sometimes it's worse to have it because you're touching your face and moving your mouth. I mean, I think I would just hyperventilate.
Well, some people do have medical conditions. I'm sensitive to that too, besides just not liking it. No, but I'm saying I actually have received comments that people might have some medical conditions. I'll tell you the 3 arenas that I'm really worried about, and I would like your I would like your input on it, commissioners. It doesn't have to just be today, but the input is I'm concerned about assisted living and nursing homes. I have to tell you that it goes beyond social responsibility. Because if you say, I'm not going to wear the mask, then you go in, but that's that one area where it's so sensitive. And that maybe, I have to tell you, I've been thinking about that arena quite a bit. Let me give you another arena I've been thinking about. Community centers. Our Bishop and Driscoll and Agua Dulce and Banquete, it's just 100% super elderly, and so I'm wondering if that would be a place I might drift, where I can tell you, and I have not made a final decision, poor Laura, talk about overtime. Luckily, electeds don't get overtime, nobody panic, but Laura will be on overtime tonight with me, because we will be drafting, we will be looking and at the governor's orders, we'll be looking at our orders, what the mayor's, we will be formulating, but those are the,
Tougher but not lighter.
that's correct. That's correct.
There's no enforcement. You can be
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I can potentially, hypothetically say, our county senior centers, in order to enter there, nursing homes, but you would enter with a mask, right? I could create that order. And that would be okay as long as I didn't punish anybody for not following it, right? But I agree with Commissioner Vaughn in that I believe it's how we say it. And I've been practicing all weekend, and I have new themes this week. Last week was lock in our gains. I've got new themes that I'm going to be using that talk about, and it is very powerful. Words are very powerful, and people are listening. But I want to create that safety net for people who have a reasonable expectation that if they use public, that is federal dollars through state dollars, right? That the government will protect them. And so that's why, to me, transit, community centers, and nursing homes are different, because those are private. That's really me reaching. But I'm reaching in order to protect an incredible vulnerable area where we know across the nation, and in fact, just up the road, people have really been infected and died. And so those are the areas that I'm really concerned about. Now, I want you to know that the governor referenced Home Depot and H-E-B, so I'm not advertising either, whoever said that earlier. I'm just repeating what the governor said about how they've created certain protocols, okay? I think it's going to be really important to encourage our businesses to create these protocols, because we need help. I cannot do it by myself. I know our court cannot do it. It's just beyond our ability. And I've gotten so many emails over the course of the last 24 hours about our beaches. Commissioner Chesney and I were at the beaches. We were very disappointed. Having said that, there's a lot of factors that go into how we enforce our orders. And what I can say is that we're more powerful when we're all helping each other, rather than me saying, you must, you shall, you will, or else I'm going to slap you with a big fine, okay? That's not the highest and best use of our law enforcement, But we've pivoted this morning, and I just want you to know that we've met together as a team, and we've called upon, commissioners whenever it's their domain, and it's really Precinct 4's domain, and said, help us, what do you think we can do better here? Because we want people to not be ill, and I just want you guys to know that, let me just double check that it's, let me just see here. No, I'm still waiting. I don't have it yet, but any minute now, we're gonna get the update as to how many people have tested positive, okay? It's coming any minute. And so if you start seeing upticks, you're gonna have a much more receptive audience, right? Because nobody likes it when you're going 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, and then boom. Nobody likes that.
I think if I'm reading this right, Judge, I just got something from the city, that's what I was looking for too. I think it looks like there's 5 new ones, because it says we're up.
I think that's right, just trying to find the confirmation. Are you looking at it?
I won't have,
Okay.
I won't have all of them yet.
No, we've only done 40 of the 110.
Right, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm just telling, but the point is that 5 new ones after being 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, now 5 at midday. It'll be midnight before we get to all of them. My point is, people will be more receptive to listening to what it is that we're saying, because they won't like that. But
We already had a third death too.
yes, yes. So, anyway, Mike, I just want you to know how much I appreciate all the safety measures you've taken, and I'm going to try to use the information you've given me to help create a good policy, but I think we're gonna have to meet about giving people the option to get on that bus and say, here's a disposable mask. And then I think we need to be ready for the obvious, which is, I don't wanna wear it. I'm coming in, I have a right to be here, right? We understand there's people that defy law constantly, right? But I will tell you that I think that it's gonna be the occasional person that does that versus the other. And I think if we have a free surgical mask to give you when you come on, that's gonna make a difference.
The driver's wearing it, it'll
And the operator's wearing it, and there's a,
On a personal comment, I want to say to this commission and you, Judge, that it was very courageous of you guys to put the order, I want to say like 5 weeks ago. At the end of the day, it saved lives, and it's very important. I believe that we're one of the largest county with the lowest death rate, so I want to say thank you for doing that for this community. And number 2, last, is that a message from our CEO is that we'll support whatever this commission decides what to do
thank you.
On this order.
Thank you so much, appreciate you.
Since you
Thank you.
said that, Nueces County has the 3rd lowest infection rate of the 270 U.S. counties that are greater than 250,000 population.
Congratulations, guys. Great job.
Thank you. And somehow, I felt like I had the worst weekend of my life. Isn't that funny? It seems like no matter how you skew the stats, I don't know why, but I feel it. I'm probably not gonna make it till the 5 o'clock hour, so because you said that, I just wanna comment, not only did we lose a very special friend of mine, but, who was elderly, but we lost a 35-year-old man who was a healthcare worker and who traveled to go get work. And I don't know why, it didn't even happen here. It got attributed to us, but didn't even happen here. He got sick somewhere else and he passed away somewhere else. But somehow, I don't know why, but I feel it, like personally felt it. And then to have the rabbi on Sunday, it was like an extra little, and then to be able to know that how much people want to reopen for business when you're still trying to get a handle on how to get these guidelines working, it's a real struggle. And that's why I say that sometimes I've had the benefit of having a mixed court, and I want to just compliment my mixed court here. Not because everybody always wants everyone to agree with you. That's the easy way out. But a mixed court, and I don't mean like mixed in party. I mean mixed in thought. Like diversity of thought is as beautiful as diversity of color. And that is, our diversity of thought has made me a better judge through this. Every time you say, I don't think that's good, I literally get a physical movement, like, huh? And then it helps me, and I stop, And I think, or when I called Commissioner Mosley, he called Mayor Gomez, and Mayor Gomez says, well, I'm worried about people who can't afford it, you know? And then I called Commissioner Chesney, and, you know, we talk about beaches, and he says, well, you know, the cars look horrible, but the people are really doing a good job on the water. You know, these are the things that make government work. And I just hope you guys can appreciate, those of you listening at home and those of you that are here, that this is why we're doing well as a county. It's not like there's magic, and I can't explain why our numbers are so much better, although everyone's got their own theories. But I do believe that we are one of the best counties to acknowledge each other, even in good times and in bad, and even when we don't agree. And that's what today is about. And so the masks, just so you know, we will have to make a decision here soon. We don't want to have too many amendments of orders. It's very confusing for people. So if we're going to amend orders for the governor's order, let's go ahead and get your input sooner rather than later, if you don't mind. And I've heard most of it, but I mean, if there's more, tonight and tomorrow would be my request.
So Judge, I think what you're saying is that the governor's saying you can't enforce masks, so you're going to strongly recommend it, and that's...
But I'm still leaning towards this area of, I'm concerned about nursing homes,
Okay, so
and
let
I'm
me-
concerned about community centers,
Let me ask you about...
and I'm concerned about the buses. Those are my three big ones.
What, I didn't hear the nursing home part of it. Did he
No, he
open
didn't.
those back up? Because I don't think we still can go in the nursing homes, can we?
Remember if it was on
I didn't hear that,
Well,
but I don't know. It's a
I'm still-
64-page,
Yeah, I'm
it's a
still
huge
not
document.
quite getting it. Those are just the
okay.
arenas that I'm looking at.
I can't believe that, I can't even
I
imagine
agree.
it's on his plate to open the nursing homes back up. I
Yeah.
mean, I haven't seen my mom in a month and a half, and I'm
Yeah.
dying to go over there, so I didn't hear that part.
I think you're right. I just want to make sure. I haven't read the whole thing yet either. But again, you talk about our sensitive areas. Those were my sensitive areas. But the community centers may not even be an issue because we have also closed our community centers, right? So, but having said that, we'd like to get those operational in a phase 2 or phase 3 of the governor's orders too, so.
I'm good with following the governor's orders on the masks. If he revisits the nursing home, for whatever, just to give you my input, I'm good with following the governor's orders on the mask, or the lack thereof. And if he does open the nursing homes, I would be happy to revisit that later. I just didn't hear that, and I just don't see that being opened up.
Right,
for
and so
quite a
just so you
while.
know, he's okay with masks, just not the enforceability of them.
Right, and that would be, I think he recommends but doesn't order.
That's
was what he
correct.
said, and that
recommends it.
Highly recommends, and that's where we're gonna probably,
I wear one.
Right, I know you
I highly
do.
recommend. I don't.
Right.
so I
Don't
appreciate
judge
the-
me because I don't.
No, I don't. I just stay away from you. So no, I'm kidding.
okay. Well, I think, I'm just trying to articulate, those are the sensitive areas, right? But you may know of another one, and that's why I'm asking for your thoughts and your input. But we all can agree if nursing homes gets visitation,
We
that
need to-
might
we need to
be,
talk
we
about
need to
that
talk about that one.
We need to talk about that one for sure.
And not just nursing homes, there's other things called assisted living and, you know.
As those start to open up, I'd be happy to talk more about those because I think that's a different level of protection.
And our community centers, because it's literally like an assisted living, it's just, there's no living, but they're enjoying their bingo and they're enjoying their crafts, and
Well, you
it
know, it's-
feels just like a home in a way.
You know, it's really interesting
away from
because,
home.
you know, the mask that you have on, and Commissioner Gonzalez is right, if I'm wearing one, I'm protecting him, but if he's not wearing one, he's not protecting me. So we actually had to, and I'm not saying this critically, we had actually, and it was my sister actually, not me, that picked up on it. We actually had to really call the nursing home and say, hey, we really want your staff. I'm not worried about my mom giving you anything because she's been in there by herself. But we had to, you know, kind of say, if we need to buy you masks so that your people can come in and deal with my mother, then we will buy you masks. And that was my choice, and my sister's idea, and to give her credit. And so they did that. You know, they readily complied. And so they're supposed to be wearing gloves and masks anytime they go in to see my mother because, you know, she's 93 years old and obviously very frail. And so I think when those come back up, that's a whole different.
Yeah, I just wanted you
part
to
of
know the
our
arena of the
world.
arenas that I'm
No, I
thinking
appreciate that.
about.
No, I do. And I appreciate your comments on the
good to
beach. I
talk about.
appreciated you letting me meet you out there. I went out there twice on Sunday, once by myself and then once with you. And I think that is, you know, important to note. But I do think if stay-at-home orders are in place and there are social distancing requirements, then if those orders, whether I agree with all of those orders or not, they need to be enforced. And that's not something that is happening. And that's where, that's not a critique, because I get law enforcement is way overloaded and they don't have manpower and women power to do it. But I appreciate your willingness to go talk to the mayor and the city manager and the law enforcement, the sheriff. I know the sheriff's here and constables and the CCPD, and I think they look for some direction from you on how to enforce. It's not, and I don't mean that you step on their toes, but in these times, it's tough. But a lot of times, if you have a speeder, if you don't have a police officer sitting out on SPID in one of those areas to slow people down, they're going to speed. So if whether you like the orders or not, and some I do and some I don't, if someone's violating the orders that the governor's made or that you've made, then we need to step it up and enforce those orders. Again, because that's what's been deemed by you, by the governor, by the president, by whoever to be what's right. And so if there are those on the beach that are ruining it for those who really are trying to do the right thing, and I think most of those people are out there, and believe me, I get a little Facebook message here, a call here, and the cars are horrible, the cars are horrible. The cars are horrible, but it's not the cars you have to look at, it's the people you have to look at. The cars have to be lined up because they're parked. You go to HEB, it's a parking lot. But they're not all sitting in their cars talking to each other. They're clustered here in small groups and here in small groups. Where there's some, and when you and I were there, I don't think we saw, and we looked a mile that way and a mile that way as far as we could see, and I don't think we saw any violations from Bob All Pier going left or right from where we could see, but we saw a picture of an area, the ski basin, that there might have been some violations out there. So I think if law enforcement will, as they can, warn people, ticket people if they have to, then.
So the conditions will be closed. You know how I feel about the beach.
Sure, no, I understand.
But then she tells me there's a law. Okay, that's fine. I accept it. But, I just think there should be, we got people coming from all over now.
I get it, and I mean,
What do y'all expect? They have nothing else to do.
it's a tough
They
deal.
don't have a job.
Yeah, but you're gonna hang around the beach. I
Yeah,
mean,
they've got to do something.
stay
They're
where
going nuts.
Stay in your home,
Well, the one thing, and I just want to say this, because it's nice to finish the conversation, and then we'll move on. I really want Dale to do his burn rate. Thanks, Mike, is, we've identified some issues on the beach. And so for those of you listening and for the commissioners, let me just say, one of them is a lack of access roads. And Melissa and I, through Scott Cross, and really started to work on opportunities there is a ton of beach. The problem is people are just like in one area. So we'd like to move them out, spread them out. So we're working with getting some equipment and really creating another access point for entry. That's going to really help. The other problem is we haven't had any rain. And so as a result, the beach is super soft. Anything south of Bob Hall, I will tell you that everybody was getting stuck. And so they're not moving further down the beach because you have to have the appropriate, even the 4x4s that really weren't, even the 4x4s were having some problems. So there was a mix of problems on the weekend. It was beautiful. That's problem number one. It was a gorgeous weekend to be at the beach. I know that sounds terrible, but that was a problem. It encouraged it. The second problem is a little people going stir crazy at home. And the third really was this concept of the lack of access and the soft sand. And that was a bad, perfect storm. And I think that the other part is it is become a parking lot. And so the idea of when I put the order in that said, you really need to separate, well, they get there and there's nowhere to go because of the confines of the access. And so they basically park up like a parking lot, but then when they get on the beach, to the extent possible, there are a ton of families. But there are definitely people doing it right, and there are definitely people doing it wrong. I'm just going to say it that way. There are more people doing it right, but when you look at the visual of all the cars, that 100-foot is definitely not being obeyed. And to some extent, it may not be possible. And so where it's not possible, we have not been vigilant about giving tickets because that would be inappropriate. The sheriff and I said immediately, when it's reckless regard, absolutely will enforce. If you're
What was that
just,
part? I missed that part. What was the part on the cars? Because I didn't
well,
remember
just that, I mean, I said originally they had to be 100 feet, but you
Cars.
can't do it.
Yeah, you-
I said it's impossible because of the lack of access further down. So they're parking like a parking lot, but we made a decision early on that, we were gonna be educators, right? We were gonna say, hey, please separate, not, we're gonna get you a big fat fine. But what I think happened was that, there's been all this discussion of reopening Texas has confused a lot of people. And I will tell you that I think a lot of people thought the beaches were just open with no limitations. And one of the things that Melissa and I spent a ton of time yesterday on, and we've done some graphics today with the city, is that we have no really good signage promoting the things we want to promote with regards to COVID-19. And that's going to change, and it can change for the rest of the year, because you should be able to go into your beaches and leave your beaches and have everybody in that car see positive messaging. And we don't have that, and we need to, so we're working on it. And there's lots of other things, but I do think that it was an experiment in what happens after a long period of time, and you get beautiful weather and a little bit of a mixed message. Dale?
Judge, would you not say, I mean, I got a lot of videos they were sending me, looking, I see where the cars weren't right, but would you not say the majority of the people were really following the rules?
Yeah, I would say that when you got to the observation deck and looked back, which is where we were, if you could just make the cars disappear and just look at the people were, for the most part, okay. There were clusters of groups here and there, but in general, the people were families and they were doing their family thing together. But I think, again, it's all about the space. There's miles and miles of beach. So I'm going to work with our state partners and our federal partners and try to encourage people to keep moving down that beach where it's beautiful and gorgeous. But it can't be a congregation, because that's not going to be healthy for our community. Anyway, let's try to get Dale, and then Maria has been here all afternoon too, and she's got some important information about grants that are available. And if we cut you short, Maria, just know that what I'm looking for is a lot of information you can give to the commissioners about opportunities we have. Dale, tell us about the burn rate.
Yes, Your Honor, when we were lucky when we had Hurricane Harvey, we were able to put together our policy that we have for disaster accounting. It's not perfect, and we're going to probably do some revisions for it once we get through this event. We're going to probably change some of our forms because they're not exactly as good as they can be. But that's one of the issues we'll probably be going through. My responsibility is to try to track the cost that we've had for the event. I've forwarded you the file I sent to Emergency Management this afternoon, showing you the cost. For example, the personnel cost, which is all personnel, for the regular time, it's actually a COVID-related activity time for regular time today is $248,882 worth of expense. Overtime for COVID expense, this is total overtime, is $69,231. Of that, $18,492 is for our department heads, and $48,414 is for all other employees. We have some P-card transactions that we go through our process that we've used for either Michael or any of the departments that use a P-card. We've expended $53,864.71 through P-card transactions. Some of the items that's come through our central supply through purchasing, we've been able to track $10,470.24 worth of storage inventory cost. Now, as Michael said, we went ahead and purchased a lot of iPads and other equipment that hasn't really been expensed yet, so those costs for going through the purchasing department are $198,541.11. Right now, we're trying to track the lost revenue of all departments. Right now, all we have right now is coastal parks. We're working on the fairgrounds. We're working on the other end of the parks, as well as the other departments within the county. And right now, just with coastal parks, we're showing a revenue loss of $151,942.20. So with that, the total cost of the COVID expense for the county alone is $732,932.33. We've been able to contact a few of the cities in the area to try to get us their expense as well. We've got the city of Robstown that provided us $6,934 of expense, and the city of Corpus Christi was $1,226,294. So for the entire county with what we have at the moment, we've expended $1,965,531.75. I provide you the detailed expense for all the transactions that I mentioned to you on the Excel list. There are several tabs, and it's as detailed as you need to, but I'll be glad to provide you any more information you might need. That's where we're at currently on the burn rate.
That's great. I'm gonna ask for questions, but I know you're gonna make yourself available. Dale's so good about this. Just study it and just please get back to Dale if you have questions. Yeah. Oh, no. No, it's not. Thank you so much. It's not. It's 5B. Thank you. I'm sorry, 5B. What's wrong with me? B2. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. For those of you at home, I jumped to getting Dale's auditors. It's kind of both in a way, just because he's part of the EOC team, and I took advantage of the fact that we were doing part of the management introductions and let him do his presentation on B2. So we've actually done B1 and B2 already. So there are other members here, but I'm going to call on Maria because I do have to go do the press briefing at 5 o'clock. And Maria, I'm very grateful for you being here. And, you know, there's so many things to say, what we're chasing, but let's just talk about COVID chasing right now, and we'll leave you May 6th to talk about some of the other things that you're working on in grants. Just talk about the CARES.
So, hope, don't lose hope. There are some funding sources that are immediately available that we actually already received permission from the Commissioners Court to apply for. The Bureau of Justice Assistance does have a direct allocation to Nueces County. It's not a whole lot. It's $58,008 that we will be applying for. Again, we've already gotten permission to apply. I think when we get the judge's signatures, that will be submitted on probably by this Wednesday. There's also the coronavirus emergency supplemental funding that's available through the governor's office. The total allocation for the Coastal Bend COG region is $721,989. There's no maximum that we can apply for. That application is due on June 15th. We will submit that application as soon as we're done submitting the Bureau of Justice Assistance. We do have to apply for that $58,000 allocation before applying for this next funding through the governor's office. There's also some other funding that's going to kind of be trickling down. Every year we get an emergency management performance grant through our emergency management department. They are working through a supplemental right now. We do not have an amount, but that is being worked through with the Texas Department of Emergency Management, so we will be getting some supplemental funding. It probably isn't a whole lot of money, but again, it's something for the county to recoup some of these costs. Right now, there's a lot of talk about the CARES Act. So right now, the county, we are not eligible for their relief fund because that was specifically for counties above a population of 500,000. I do have a handout that I'll give to y'all after I'm done. So I don't want y'all to get discouraged by that. There's so many different funding sources that are available through the CARES Act. There's actually going to be some money coming in for the county airport. That'll probably be like a formula type of grant. A lot of these are kind of based on population and, poverty levels and things like that. So we have no direct control over that. But we have a grant management system right now that is sending us daily emails on every available COVID funding. Right now, a lot of them are directed towards communities that are considered entitlement communities, which is why you will hear that, like, the city of Corpus Christi got $2.5 million for their community development block grant. That's because they're defined by the Housing and Urban Development as an entitlement community, and that's again based on population, housing needs. They run housing programs, the county does not. So I don't want you to think that we're not being proactive in looking for these grants. We are. Again, we get emails on the daily, and we are vetting through them. A lot of the funding is also geared toward nonprofits and small businesses, and not necessarily for county governments, because they feel like we should kind of be prepared for this. There is FEMA. that we keep talking about. They have their public assistance program, which is a 75-25 match. So that's kind of our funding of last resort. So we're going to be aggressive in looking for any type of grant funding that's in there, especially because this grant funding that's coming through does not have a match. And again, whatever we don't recoup with grants, we will, and we've already applied to the public assistance program with FEMA. And again, that's a 75-25 match. That's funding of kind of last resort. There's also a community disaster loan program that's going to be available through FEMA. Again, that's kind of a last resort because it is a loan program. There will be an interest rate. It's a 5-year term. But for to be eligible for that project, you have to show loss of revenues above 5%. And we're, obviously not at that point just yet. But that is another kind of, option for Nueces County. So I'll give y'all this handout just so you can kind of see some of the programs that we're going to be pursuing in the next month or so. Again, daily emails, so we are vetting through them. We are also getting a lot of information about grants that are available for nonprofits. So if you want me to, if y'all have, contacts and you want me to start sending that information to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. We actually got somebody who heard me on radio, and so this is for whoever's listening out there. Maria's doing a great job of helping create a list of people who have contacted our office that said, if we're hurting, can you please send us any information you have regarding nonprofit granting opportunities? And so Maria started that list, and every time she finds one, she sends it to this group list. And so that's how the county is helping other nonprofits sort through, the opportunities that are there. And so we're very grateful. I know the Museum of Science and History reached out, and I think with the governor's order, museums are going to be back open again. I do want to emphasize to everybody, while these businesses are being opened as of Friday, just remember it's 25% of their capacity, right? So it's not like it's a complete opening of the doors. So there's still going to be this phased in. So people like museums still need our help on nonprofits. There's still going to be a need to help your nonprofits, even if they get a chance to open up their doors, because they're not going to be at 100% capacity, right?
Judges at 25%, but there'll be a line outside. How close?
That's right. That's right.
How close will they be to each other,
Right. Again, we're just going to have to really message as much as we can that the social distancing is the best measure of protection.
And, the bottom line is, if these numbers start to spike and he sees, you heard that one question that said, are there things that could change or, send you back the other way? And he said, yeah,
Yes.
Absolutely. So if people get lazy and things start spiking, it's going to start he's going to start shutting things down again. And if they don't, and if they do it right, then hopefully he'll carefully continue to open other things up.
And I just, thank you, Maria. One of the things that I just want you guys to know is that this handbook that the governor referenced, I've gone ahead and taken the liberty of printing it and getting 10 copies bound downstairs, okay? They probably won't be ready today, but look to have them on your desk in the morning, okay? We will have them delivered to you, and that way you can take pieces of it and share it with your constituents. Robert is also our comms person is going to help get a summary worked up for you, because your Facebook can't handle a whole handbook, So he's going to work that up for all of you and for your constituents. So just, we're going to try to do our best to message correctly. It is 15 minutes till 5, and I am going to abandon you guys, sorry, to get to the press briefing so I can kind of repeat all this information.
Judge, before we go, did
Yes.
you want to do Rabbi?
I did. Is that okay? That's
Yeah,
where I was
absolutely.
headed.
Right.
Melissa, we left some of your team out again, but there are I'm going to continue to do this because it's good for them to ask questions. Juan, you got odd man out today, but you see Juan all the time.
But we're glad you're here, Juan.
We are glad you're here. And Juan through Public Works is just, obviously touches almost every project that this county has, and COVID is no exception. And if it weren't for Public Works, we would not have been able to achieve both the drive-through testing and all of the improvements to the actual courthouse for really safety and health. And so his office takes care of this building, so you've done great, but I'd like for you to give us your take on it the next time we meet. So I'm going to move to adjournment and memories. We have no executive session at this time. I want to just say my deepest condolences to the family of Rabbi Roseman. And when I say family, I'm going to have to really spread out, because as he was the spiritual leader of Beth Israel, the temple, the Jewish temple, for so many years, for decades. I mean, he's family to so many people. And my deepest condolences to Phyllis, his beautiful wife. And I just wanted to, actually, let me see, I have it right here, so let me read it. It's brief, but it's very good. It is with profound sadness that we must share the news that Rabbi Kenneth Roseman passed away. It was yesterday morning, after several weeks of battling COVID-19. His memory is a blessing to all who had the honor of meeting him and learning from him, and he leaves an incomparable legacy for our congregation and the Corpus Christi community as a whole. He was a great man and a great rabbi. There will be a private memorial service for family, followed later by a communal memorial service in the summer, when we will be able to gather once again in his memory. He will also be remembered in our online Shabbat services this Friday. Our thoughts are with Phyllis and all of Rabbi Roseman's family. May his memory be a blessing. And I posted this on our new Nueces County website, and this happened on Sunday, and then I thought, that's a terrible blow, and then we got a second blow. And that second blow was Sam Keach. And as I said, I had a terrible weekend. I mean, lovely in that I was always home. I always loved being home with my family, but terrible in that, I don't know why, but COVID seemed to really hurt me this weekend. And Sam Keach did not pass away from COVID at all, but he passed away. And I want to let everybody say something about his legacy. That word is appropriate. A legacy is what he has left our county, and it's so appropriate that Keach Library is named for he and his wife, because of that iconic presence that he's had in the community of Robstown, Texas, and particularly with his really being a voice for the people at a time where there was no voice for people in the press many, many moons ago. And anyway, I just feel like it's been a tough weekend for our community, losing these two icons, and our condolences to Vicki and to Daryl, who of course was an incredible longtime employee here as well in our IT department. And I did get to visit with Daryl by text. Tyner, I know, can offer some more thoughts, but there will be, I hope, an opportunity to gather in the summer at the Robstown Fairgrounds and honoring Sam, but that's to be determined later. But I just want everybody to know that we should all feel like we're in mourning today, because it's highly unusual that you would lose two people of that stature. They were both of similar age, similar contribution, and similar greatness, in my humble opinion. And I just want to say that you should tell people how much they mean to you, because you never know if they'll be gone. I'm glad I got a chance to tell both those people how significant they were to me, and how much their wisdom and really just dedication I wanted to emulate. So you should take this as an advice. Don't wait. Tell somebody that you really love and care about today how much they mean to you. With that, I'm going to let you all finish this adjournment with wonderful comments about Rabbi Roseman and Sam Keach. And I don't know if you remember, but when I was, this was 2 budget cycles ago, and you guys were having a really tough time in budget. This is right after Harvey. Rabbi Roseman came, and he told you all. Do you remember? He came and almost lectured you all. I was in the audience. I was there just participating in the audience, and he said that a people without a vision will surely perish. This was Old Testament wisdom. I've never forgotten those words, and therefore everything I like to say about creating a vision for our county is because of the inspiration that Rabbi Roseman gave me the day that I saw how hard it was for you all. And I knew if I occupied this chair, that not only did we need a vision, but we needed to make sure that we came together so that we would not perish. So I'm going to think about him every time we get into those moments where we're debating what we should do. We should always look forward like Rabbi did. Thank you all so much for a good agenda workshop. And who would like to speak about either one of those?
Judge, I think you said it very well. I think we all feel the same way about, both if we knew him. And the rabbi was truly one of the most genuinely kind and decent man I've ever met. I just, he just gave you such a warm feeling, and he was just such a great guy. And of course, Sam was just, goes without saying. So I think you said it very well, and I certainly don't want to cut anybody else off, but condolences to those families for sure.
My prayers and condolences to the family also, just two great people.
Hey, very sad about Rabbi Roseman, and we had a chance many times to visit, and he provided blessings for us when we were on council and here at court. And like the judge mentioned, he was here just a few short years ago. It seems like yesterday, really, that he was here offering a blessing to us. So it was always an honor to have him share the Holy Word and just his thoughts with us. And with Sam, just profound sadness for him and his loss, for Vicki and Daryl and the entire family. Had a chance to visit with Sam from time to time, and not so much recently, but to go to have lunch with him or just to visit with him over the phone, and he'd always just share his thoughts, never pushed anything, but just to be able to visit with him and recognize the history that he had witnessed, owning a newspaper, operating in an important part of getting the information out to the Robstown community in western Nueces County for all those years. And of course, the honor that the previous court had given to him and the Keach family in honoring them. And it was just so true sadness to hear of his passing. So definitely thinking of Vicki in this time. And one more I'd like to share, Mimosa Thomas. She's a young lady who would come a few times here to Commissioner's Court, and she would share her passion, very, very passionate about her issues. And I think the last time she was here was probably dealing with the immigration issue we were dealing with 2 or 3 years ago. And so she passed away from a long battle, and so just my thoughts and condolences for her parents. I know them pretty well, and she's from my neighborhood, and so just really sad to see her passing. Ray High School graduate of UT RGV, and she was a member of the IB community there as well, so just wanted to share that with them. Tyner, you want to say something about Sam? Or?
Commissioner?
I think our prayers go to all the families. I think they said it very well. Thank you.
As you know, Vicki was our secretary over here, and, the family was always near and dear to me, and, Vicki called me at night, not very long after Sam passed away. And they wanted my assistance, and we got a hold of the medical examiner for them, and when I followed up, I think our Dr. Shaker, got involved and helped the situation, hopefully to their satisfaction. I had Margaret check just moments ago for an obit, and there's not one posted yet. The judge called me specifically this morning at 10 a.m. and wished that I follow up and that we'll really maybe do Sam justice next court with some comments with the obit and adjourn in memory then as well.
Anything else? Meeting really adjourned. Amen. $4:55. For those of you who understand the other one. Hey, Commissioner, can you turn off the mic?
Yes, sir, if I can figure out how to do it.
Here.